Meh. They're boring as hell and worthless mostly. I'm not really learning anything. But you gotta jump through the hoops. Hello, Michael.
Howdy, sir.
Hello, Michael. I am going to catch up on comments. Poor Jacob, that feeling when you feel you should be teaching the class. This is true. Um, yeah. What did you think about the Mary Harrington PVK video? I thought it was way too short. I would have loved to have heard her speak for hours and hours more. I've seen things lately that have changed me. I'm sorry to say, Jacob, I think the center will not hold. I've moved past this is how Republicans or conservatives are born and moved into this is how reactionaries are born. Being reactionary is silly. I don't know if you've been listening, if you've been reading the um, discussions we've been having on my Discord server, but I highly recommend it. I've actually also been kind of growing in my well, some of it's been depressing because we've been talking a lot about communes and retreating from society and waiting for the dark ages. But yeah, things are problems. How about the nearly 7 hour Spirits and Egregore live stream? It's killing the numbers. Uh, I don't know. I have to tell you, um, Mark. One of these days, I'm gonna have to tell you to start just streaming on on Randos United and not my channel. It's as long as you're still getting people on my channel as opposed to on there. But I think people are moving. It seems people are mostly moving. Yeah, what happened to you? You had a big beard, didn't you?
I did.
I
Got to
wish
be a
I
bit.
could grow a beard. I would love to have a beard. I was never able to grow a beard, and believe it or not, that was an integral, like Job-like moment in my faith journey of God. Why? What can I not grow a beard? Oh my God, that video has many more views on your channel. You got to move those folks over, man. Does it? I thought. Well, okay. I have to say, people on my will watch things on my channel later, or whereas I think I've moved most of the live conversation over to Randos United. So, Michael, what do you want to talk about?
A few days ago, and totally understandable if it's just not even like a area that you want to dig into. Um, I had caught a bit of a stream that you were doing, and you were talking about, and I don't know what the best way to phrase it is. Something like relying on the divine for healing.
Yeah. Um, oh wow,
So
yeah. There are like almost 600 views on my channel. That's surprising. I don't know what to tell you. I think that must be the thing. Yeah, relying on the divine. So there is one particular member of our community, and I don't mean to embarrass him, but this is publicly known, and because it is publicly known, it's a problem. Um, who, um, as much as I trust that he is a faithful person who seriously believes this, um, Grim says Michael knows you sell insurance, eh? Um, he, as much as I seriously believe that he is a faithful member, he seriously believes that God will heal him in proper time. He has a relatively simple procedure that needs to be done. It's surgery, but it needs to be done, which is in fact severely debilitating him, to the point where he's not able to provide for himself and others for whom he is responsible. And he refuses to have this procedure. And COVID has been very successful in convincing him, rightly, that he should not trust our medical establishment. But what I've made clear to him was that if we were still a religious, I mean, if I was still the rabbi of a small community and he were a member of it, I would have to exclude him from the community for his behavior. That's not behavior that you can. That is what I would have to call clearly sinful behavior that is being unapologetically pursued in public. And yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, obviously this is online and we don't have any such community, and but like, it's a real problem. You cannot. This is completely against everything we teach in Judaism, in multiple ways. I mean, I could go up and down with so many different. I could quote you scripture. I could quote you everything in the world. But ultimately, this idea of I refuse to have surgery that's commonplace because I want God to, or I believe God will miraculously heal me. I don't know if that's what you meant to bring up, but
In some ways, absolutely, and in another way, not at all.
okay.
So there's the idea of the Lord healing the brokenhearted,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
And so I think that maybe it's a particularly relevant time in history to ask ourselves, what is the extent of what it means to be brokenhearted?
You bring up the easy stuff, don't you? So I recently was talking to somebody in this community about what I went through, which convinced me that God didn't want me to keep kosher and keep Sabbath and put on tefillin every day. And so I was very, very religiously observant. But my life was incredibly miserable and I was depressed. and I was to the point of being suicidal. And my sister came over, and I got into a fight with her. And I went to take a shower and started crying to the point where I was just crying. I want to die. I want to die loudly. And my sister didn't know how to deal with this, and she um, called somebody who told her that she should call the police and say that I have razors, which I didn't. I, I had a long, itchy, um, scratchy, ugly beard that be, um, like my beard starts to bleed if it gets much longer than this. Um, but I had a beard nonetheless, and I certainly didn't own any razors. And the police greeted me as I walked out the shower with a gun drawn on me, and arrested me half naked, and took me to a locked ward where I spent several days before I got to see a judge who, of course, let me go because there was no reason to hold me. But um, during those days, my rabbi tried to bring me a prayer book, and they wouldn't even let me have a prayer book, much less. And kosher food was a huge problem. I was like, um, and here I am in a locked ward, and it's like, okay, well, obviously, it's not God's plan that I keep kosher and pray and study Torah like I thought it was. And how this conversation came up was, I'm 100% serious that if I had kosher food in that locked ward, and even a single prayer book, even any book, certainly Tanya, I would still be in there. I would see no reason to leave at all. If anything, I would have seen it as God's way of uh, preventing me committing the types of sins that I generally did, and would have kept kosher, prayed, studied Torah. Okay, that would have been my life. This was about 15 years ago. If you had told me on that day that what God wanted for me was to teach Tanya to one single person, I would have felt absolutely like everything was 100% worth it. Because teaching Torah is the greatest thing I could possibly do in my mind. And if you were to show me my channel, I have no idea why God is so good to me. And yeah, I was completely broken. Completely broken on that day. I was screaming to God, just kill me.
To what degree do you think that there is a tempering of expectations or anything like that in time, in at least timeliness of what it means to have that brokenheartedness heal?
So, what I explained to that person is, and it's funny, Grim was the person I wanted most to explain this to, because he brings this up the most, which is Moses asks God to see his face, and God says, you cannot see my face and live. And he allows God to see him from the back. And so I sent him let me find where I sent him. I sent him a link to this page of Torah. The knot on God's tefillin. Did I pull this up? I have not pulled this up. I should pull this up. Moses' vision. This is from ravkooktorah.org. I will put it on in the chat. One of the most more enigmatic passages in the Torah describes a mysterious encounter that took place following the sin of the golden calf. After successfully pleading on behalf of the Jewish people, Moses took advantage of this special time of divine favor. Please let me have a vision of your glory. God replied that it is impossible for mortal man to have a vision of me and live. However, God agreed to protect Moses in a mountain crevice as he passed by. You will then have a vision of my back. My face, however, will not be seen. This account raises many questions. The most obvious problem concerns the story's anthropomorphic elements. God has no body. What do the allegorical terms back and face mean? The Talmudic commentary for this puzzling incident only adds to our confusion. The sages explained that God revealed his back to Moses by showing him the knot of God's tefillin shel rosh. The tefillah shel rosh, the phylactery worn on the head, is held in place by means of a leather strap tied to the back of the head with a special knot. What is the significance of God's tefillin knot? Why did God choose to reveal that particular part of his tefillin to Moses? Knowing God. There are two levels of knowledge. The first is an accurate knowledge of an object's true nature. The second is a limited knowledge, restricted by our intellectual or physical limitations. Regarding tangible objects, there may not be a significant difference between the two levels of knowledge. But when dealing with abstract concepts, especially with regard to the nature of God, the difference will be great, perhaps infinitely so. The Torah is based on the second type of knowledge. It presents us with a perception of God according to our limited grasp, since only this type of knowledge can provide ethical guidance. Knowledge of God's true nature, on the other hand, is not a form of comprehension at all. As God informed Moses, man cannot have a vision of me and live, bound to human intellect. Now we begin to understand the metaphor of God's tefillin. Contained inside tefillin are scrolls with verses declaring God's unity and divine nature. These verses signify a comprehension of God's true reality. This truth, however, is beyond human understanding. How can we relate to this infinite truth? What brings it down to the level of our intellectual capabilities, enabling this knowledge to enlighten us and provide moral direction? The function of the knot is to bind the tefillah shel rosh to the head and intellect. The knot symbolizes a level of comprehension that takes into account the abilities of those contemplating, so that they may grasp and utilize this knowledge. The imagery of God's face and back correspond to these two levels of knowledge. Face in Hebrew is panim, similar to the word pnim, meaning inner essence. True knowledge of God's infinite reality is God's face. Knowledge of God's reality, according to our limited understanding, on the other hand, is referred to as God's back. Moses was granted this partial intellectual, indirect knowledge, a grasp of the divine that we are able to appreciate and apply in our finite world. He saw the back of God's tefillin. He saw the knot that keeps the tefillah bound to your head in physical reality. That's what it means to see God from behind. That's what it means that we cannot see God before us and live, because if we know what God wants, then we don't have free choice. It is only in retrospect that we can understand what God wants, because that's the only way we can have free choice while God is sovereign.
Dude, I came in here because you were naked and in handcuffs.
I was naked and in handcuffs.
And then the guy asks you a question and you read somebody else's whole webpage.
Yes.
And you're saying God's spaceship was that the dude got to saw the back of his headgear. Like, you can't ever see God, but you can tell he wears that funny hat he makes us wear.
You cannot see the front of God. You can only see God in retrospect. That's why.
Did you come in for the handcuffs and shower too?
I came in just because I could, and then it was like, what did I come into? So I just turned my mic off and listened.
I don't know. Michael seemed to be becoming very serious with some stuff at the front, and now here we are.
Well, I did have a thought on that, Jacob, if you don't mind.
Please.
So, right, you heard enough of my story, and one of the things that you might remember from it is how Peterson got in my head about telling the truth, right? That became sort of a foundation building thing. So if there's this idea maybe of something like every lie creates a fracture of another reality you have to keep track of. These shards of a broken heart, right? So I think about that idea. Then I also think about Father Stephen DeYoung's work in God as a Man of War.
Haven't read it.
That's okay. It's just largely talking about like the vanquishing of enemies and understanding that, not to say that physical things didn't happen, but needing to understand that on the powers and principalities perspective first and foremost, right? Like there's a sense in which someone from a like a pagan tribe, let's say, part of the vanquishing of these rebellious sons of God is also that person leaves that body, comes into the body of Yahweh, even renounces their name, right? Takes on a new name, and now is those enemies are vanquished, right? Okay, so holding these ideas in place with the idea of brokenhearted, as I have continually tried to be honest with myself and tell the truth, it's in a sense, I am vanquishing enemies that heals fragments of a broken heart together.
I'm listening.
That makes me think of
Well, go ahead, Jen.
It just makes me think of re-examining my past and the lies that we tell ourselves about our past.
Makes me think of your love is lifting me higher than I've ever been lifted before. I don't know why it makes me think of that, but that's what came to mind. Jacob, have you done the section of the Bible that does the David story yet with the Goliath and stuff?
Not really.
Are you still in Genesis?
Kind of. I mean, the Hebrew Bible study goes all over the place. So wherever people want to talk, but that's tomorrow. Okay, so for Michael, this verse has become kind of a motto for me. Zephaniah 3:9. Ki az epoch el amim safa berura likro chulam b'shem Hashem le'ovdo shchem echad. For then I will ehepoch. They translate it as restore. We'll talk about hepoch a lot. El amim to the
When's
peoples.
then? When's then? You skipped over then. When's then in this context?
Then is when the Messiah comes. To the peoples, a pure language, berura, and we can talk about what the word borer means. Likro chulam, so that all of them may call in the name of the Tetragrammaton, and to serve him with literally one shoulder. They're translating it as one accord. So this word epoch, on the Day of Atonement, we read the entirety of the book of Jonah. It's the final Bible reading. And it's, in a very real sense, a crescendo in the Jewish liturgical calendar is the book of Jonah. And what Jonah says when he goes to Nineveh is, this city will be turned over. Same root, hepoch, hefech, right? That's conversion. And same thing, scroll of Esther, venahapachu, and it was turned over, right? Because God does not just vanquish his enemies, he conquers them. He converts them, right?
We might say baptize.
This concept of hifuch, right? And if you want to really get into it, I mean, in my Torah studies that I'm doing with Ben, we go really deep Jewish stuff, like past my understanding Jewish stuff. We're like hitting where I am like my wheels get stuck, right? And we talk about it's kafya vet hafcha. That's what we spoke about last week on Thursday. It's kafya vet hafcha, right? This working and this turning of the darkness into light, right? And that's what it means when God says, I create light and I create darkness. I create good and I create evil. I am the Lord. I create all of these things, right? And like Rabbi Akiva says in the Talmud, famously, Kol derachmana avid latav avid. Everything that the merciful created, he created for the good, right? So that. And I'll go back to my children's hospital analogy. What do you call a place we take little kids to strap them down and poke them with needles and cut them and make them bleed? You call it a children's hospital. Oh, I forgot, poison them with all kinds of chemicals. You call it a children's hospital.
Well, that took a dark turn. Why did you decide to go to the children's hospital?
Because is a
Can we go back to the back of God's head?
We are talking about the back of God's head. Is a children's hospital a good thing or a bad thing?
It's not my place to judge, man. It's just my place to love.
So what you were describing there, and the turning this stuff over though, and like flipping it over, is you're basically describing the process of the 12 steps. That's what happens. You know, like you go through it. Especially that's why you would have an inventory, and then clearly you're gonna, turn your will and your life over to the care of God of your own understanding, and then you walk through the door of the rest of this process with the inventory and really look at the truth about myself, and then and then you tell that to somebody, and then you clean up the past, and it just takes everything. That's what I mean about like having a hope for a better past. It's like, a lot of my spiritual sickness is born out of distorted perceptions of reality. And no, it's pretty cool, man. I wish I could stick around. I just wanted to drop in and say hello.
Hello, Chad, and goodbye.
And a goodbye.
Thank you for dropping by.
Mm-hmm.
You're muted, Grim.
That was a great video tonight over on the Friday Morning Nameless, Chad. But, so, this thing where you were talking in the very front, before, I mean, like, once you got in the handcuffs and shower, we were deep for another 15, 20 minutes. But before that, you were talking about how your big play to help some guy get surgery that he's using faith as a reason not to have? That you're like, you know how I'm going to get through to him the importance of the surgery? I'm going to say, if you were in my house or you were in my group, I would kick you out for not doing this thing.
Grim, do you know what my big play with him was?
You just told us that was the story. I was there. I heard it.
The big play was I didn't give him Happy. Happy's still mine, and I'm going to go pick her up. But that's where she is. That was
the trade-off? It's like, you get to have this if you do that for me? You made a contract?
No, he still hasn't gotten the surgery, but I thought that maybe if Happy spent some time with him, he might change his mind.
Well, I tell you, the reason I came on was to object to your methodology. Because if faith is the reason you're not getting something done, then you got to say, like, who are you to tell God how to heal you? Who are you to tell him to say, you got to heal me, but you can't use surgeons, bro?
Grim, I have tried telling him many
Have you tried that approach? Okay. Because, like, the only approaches I have heard you use were terrible.
Well, no. I tried many verbal approaches. What I actually tried was I drove all the way to where he was, spent a couple of days with him, and I let him borrow my dog.
Well, you know, you got all weepy and cried about how, like, if I could see back then, like, I could look at my channel. I have no idea why God thinks why God finds me worthy of all this. It's because he knew you'd give a home to that cat, and that cat is really special to him, so be careful with that.
I tried to be good to this cat.
But where did this whole conversation start? So now I get messages from people like, and I clearly missed the first 20 minutes, which must have been foundational.
People sent you messages?
Yeah.
Huh. I have no idea. It's all Michael's fault. He asks deep questions.
He asked about your trip to a psych ward?
What?
He asked about something about a psych ward?
No, he said, what's a broken heart, bro?
He asked, I ask your question again, Michael.
So I'm trying to get at something like, if we're to understand the Lord mending a broken heart, it seems like a particularly good time to contemplate what is the extent of what brokenheartedness means.
Would certainly be, depending on, I mean, you could be brokenhearted because you went to the store and they didn't have your flavor of ice cream, and you can be brokenhearted because you're a kid and your parents divorced and you have no mental way of dealing with the tragedy that has befallen you. I mean, there's a lot of different ways that hearts get broken in this sad world.
So one of the things that strikes me about a broken heart, right, is thinking about, right, the you that notices,
mm-hmm.
right, and so the you that notices, as you turn your attention to the flesh, right, then there's a certain kind of corruption. And that's also, to me, seems like a broken piece of a heart, right? And so it's when we turn, you know, we continue this baptizing process, this washing process, this burning process, right? It burns out this corruption, washes away dirt, and it pulls back in and unites. And Jacob, you were kind of getting at something interesting with that, right? Of seeing the back of the Lord's head, right? But where the us that notices, if that is something like getting in touch with your heart, then removing the lies that we tell ourselves about what help needs to happen gets us there. Now, I'll add one more thing to that and shut up. So, Paul, you know how there's a, you know, in Protestant circles, there's this idea of like a guy who's stranded and he's like, you know, he's asking God for help, and, you know, a helicopter comes by and he's like, no, God's going to help me, you know, keep going. And that boat comes by, right? Whatever that is, right?
Right.
And so I think that, you know, whatever kind of woo-woo stuff I was describing just a minute ago also seems to intersect with being able to see clearly how much of this is healing a broken heart and how much of it is getting on the boat.
Well, quite clearly, when we're talking about broken hearts, we're talking about a metaphor. And it's a metaphor for many different things. It could be a metaphor for disappointment. I think for the kind of restoration God intends to do for us, with us, to us, there's almost always breaking. I was just trying to get through the Exodus series, and Peterson pulled out his talking about, new ideas push out old ideas. Old wrong things have to die so that new things and better things can come in and grow. And, so how about a story from John 11 with the resurrection of Lazarus? It's a very interesting story because the story is set up in such a way that it's abundantly clear that Jesus is intent on letting Lazarus die and letting his friends, Mary and Martha, have their hearts broken by the death of their beloved brother. And when Jesus gets to the home, basically they tell him, if you had come sooner, you could have healed him. And Jesus again makes it clear that, no, I've intended to break your hearts. Well, nice friend. And then when he gets to the tomb, he doesn't do a little, how do you like me now dance as he gets ready to call Lazarus out of the tomb. He weeps. So Jesus, in that sense, not only breaks the hearts of his friend, but allows his own heart to be broken in order for what will be a miracle that will cause him his death. Because, once you do something like this, no earthly power can let you live. And so this heartbreaking thing is very much a part of God's way of mending us. Sometimes it's other things, but.
Can I? First, the last time I actually was physically in a church, the sermon was on that particular part of the Jesus story, and he made a big deal of something about shaking off the garments they wrapped Lazarus in.
Yep.
And I think that applies to a broken heart. But PVK opened with, now we're speaking metaphorically. And though I am still so young and lovely, I've lived long enough to say, bullshit. It's not a metaphor. Because in my lifetime, I have experienced what I call a broken heart. And if you'd like to know the contextual details, like Jacob in the shower naked and then in handcuffs, what happened is some lady who had taken my seed into her womb told me she cheated on me. And the entire center of my chest, it fell out my back as though that was the way gravity pulled. And there's not a metaphor. It's the reason we use the metaphor for a broken heart is because the physical pain that happens when it happens is oddly located in your chest.
Yeah.
And the reason for this is because if you come into the woods and you meet a guy who speaks a different language and you try to communicate, you'd be like, I I am, right? From here, you don't say, I'm Grim Grace. No, I'm Grim, right? And so that's because that's where you center your identity self. And it's like when Peterson was talking about when you find out your wife cheated on you or whatever, your entire world collapses. And the world is like everything, okay, what you consider yourself is you and everything you've attached through your heart and that you love, like as part of your life. Like all of that is you. And when part of that like turns like, oh, that was a lie, or falls off, and then like all of those, that's a big empty space where like all those fancy things you used to be able to do, all the controls to those have burnt off, and you have to regrow how to walk again and stuff. But that's everything is attached to your heart. And so if your heart is what broke, then like that's when you need God to come in. Bye, everybody.
Okay, so since this is my channel still, we're gonna take a deep dive into the Hebrew of heart. So it says, "Va'avta et Hashem Elokecha b'chol levavcha u'b'chol nafshecha u'b'chol meodecha." So you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart. Now, in Hebrew, there's two ways of writing heart. There's lev with one bet and levav with two bets. And both of them mean the exact same thing, so you can't translate them differently. But what the Kabbalists teach is that when it says levav, it means both your hearts, your good inclination and your bad inclination. And when it says lev, it means a united heart, one that's not conflicted. And it says, you shall love the Lord your God with all your levav, heart with two bets. And that's partially why it's so hard to translate the rest of that sentence. And what happens in Psalms when David says to God, Lev tahor barali Elokim, God, create for me a pure heart with one bet. In a very real sense, he's saying, unbreak my heart. And one thing I will add is when you look at the tree and how it relates to the human visage, Tiferet, beauty, is in the place of the heart. And one aspect of beauty is that it is unity in multiplicity. A painting of a single color is not as beautiful as a vibrant beauty. And so part of Tiferet, part of the beauty of God is this oneness out of the multiplicity. And this goes back to Sola Gloria Dei, right? Everything for the glory of God, right? Why does the multiplicity of this world exist? Why do we have a capacity to do evil? Why did God create the darkness? Because Ra'iti Yitron hasichlut hachokma min hasichlut ki yitron haor min hachoshech. Verse, I believe in Proverbs, I saw that the greatness of wisdom over folly is like the greatness of light over darkness. That's the plain translation. The Hasidic masters translate it, Yitran ha'or min ha'choshech. The greatness of the light comes from the darkness. Because if you live in the light the entirety of your life, you don't appreciate the light. It is the darkness which shows you how much better Yitron ha'or min ha'choshech. And that's the Yerida Letzorach Aliyah. That is the descent of the soul from its place with God to this material world, back to being with God, but taking with it that experience of walking through the valley of the shadow of death. And that's what the valley of the shadow of death is, that we're walking through. We are walking through, we are struggling with God through the night for the coming of the dawn, when knowledge, da'at, and what is knowledge? Knowledge is da'at, is an intimate knowledge. It's when your intellectual faculties connect with your emotional faculties. It's not just that I know that I should exercise, but that it's so ingrained into my emotional self that I actually do it, that I become sanctified. And that's the connection between da'at, right? So Chabad, right, means Chochma Bina Da'at, Konoser Senior Savoya says. Chochma Bina Da'at, right, is the three intellectual faculties of wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, da'at, right? The entirety of Chabad Hasidic teaching is about moach sholet al halev, that the heart should rule over the heart. The mind should rule over the heart. What does that mean? That means not only do I know what is good, but I actually do what I know is good. And yes, I am making a reference to Romans 7, Paul.
I caught that.
So when I encounter somebody in church that annoys me,
Mm-hmm.
Instead of being annoyed with them, I reach out in gratitude and humility up to something higher, right? And that kills, right? It kills a part of me that wants to be annoyed with them, right? And then something higher works through me to show grace, right? That
Okay.
I do on my own.
It's funny you mentioned this because of this verse, Leviticus 19:17. Lo tisna et achicha belvavecha. You shall not love. You shall not hate your brother in your heart. Hochiach tochiach et amitecha. You shall surely rebuke your neighbor. They translate it. Velo tisa alav chet, and you shall not be sinful against him because of him. So, how you love your brother is really, really difficult. And sometimes loving your brother means hochiach tochiach et amitecha. You shall rebuke him. You chastise him. right? But there cannot be hate in your heart there. It has to be love in your heart in that. So when your brother, it's wrong to think that if someone does something that bothers you, that simply the forgiving of what he did in a I forgot it sort of way creates shalom, creates peace, creates wholeness. It doesn't. Either you should not have been bothered, or he shouldn't have done what he did.
Or you don't know.
Or you don't know.
Figure it out.
You have to figure it out.
Approach it with a spirit of finesse.
Yeah, perfectly fine, Paul. But what is wrong is forgive and forget.
So
I don't have time to do this with Jacob tonight.
Paulie, I did have a quick question before you leave.
Sure.
So I'm actually having this discussion with a friend of mine. The word brokenhearted comes up with us quite a bit right now. And I'm worried about the conflation of two different ideas that are being wrapped up in brokenhearted as like English speakers in the West, right? So on one hand, I see, right, I paint a picture of us that notices and the lies we tell ourselves in the fracture room, right? That's one thing. And I actually do think that is also like having an idol, and when and that also is how you end up like feeling that pain because, right? Okay, so let's say that's all together. Now separately, there is mortification of the flesh, right? Which is also like being hot and moldable rather than lukewarm.
So mortification of the flesh, if you read Paul, and I think this is, if you read Paul, you have this long tradition. You'll hear Peugeot often, and the Orthodox often talk about the evil desires. I'll often talk about epithumia, over desires. These are disordered love. There's a love. The love in itself is a fine thing, but if it gets out of proportion, it becomes destructive in your life. Mortification of the flesh, generally speaking, refers to dealing with loves that have gotten out of hand and need to once again be reordered. We'll often talk about addiction with that. We'll talk about self-denial. And then you sort of connected it to the church at Laodicea, which is lukewarm. And a lot of that gets into the question, and this sort of gets into what Jacob and I got into a bit, which is zeal. When is your zeal well placed, or when are you full of zeal that is misplaced? And in your zeal, I mean, so part of what Paul says in the book of Galatians is not that Christians ought to never rebuke. You find plenty of rebuking going on in the New Testament. It is that you ought to be careful with rebuke, lest you yourself fall into sin. And in fact, you might fall into the same sin that you're trying to rebuke. And so what Jesus brings to this is a lot of nuance. The sin of the church of Laodicea, another way we could talk about this would be apathy. It's the sin of not taking something seriously. So I don't know how that connects with the structure you're sort of putting together.
Hold on, Paul. Are you saying that love can become an idol?
Part of the difficulty that we have is that word love is a tremendously broad word. And romantic love can certainly become an idol. Various different kind of loves can become idolatrous.
Yeah.
This is exactly why Nietzsche would say Christianity is Platonism for the masses, right? Because when we say love can be an idol, how do we understand love? Every Christian is going to say, "Oh, it's Platonic love," and yeah.
Fuzzy says, looks like a solid crew, and PB Cat and K has his hat on, so you know it's going to be a good stream.
Is that his thinking cap or?
It's my wife has parent conferences this evening, so usually I would be with her or at a church meeting or something, and I find myself unattached. Go to YouTube and Jacob's just chatting, so come in. And it's still cold in California, and bald head gets cold, so
I'm still wondering who texted you and what they texted you.
So I think all that kind of comes together, right? It's
Okay.
like, how do you do the right thing? How do I treat the guy that's annoying me at church well? And it seems like the answer is I can't.
Well, I would say there's a number of things, and I don't really think Jacob would have any disagreement with most of what I'm going to say. You certainly have to. One good thing is to ask yourself, why is he annoying you? Is this something in you or something in him? It's probably some of both, and having some appreciative, humble inquiry into why this bothers you would probably be a good thing, because one of the problems of people that I find is they're way too reactive. They have their buttons on the outside. Sometimes I call them emotional burn victims. They have crusty skin that everything sets them off, and you certainly don't want to be that. So the annoying person at church, there's probably something in you that sometimes we call that trigger. This person's triggering you. So that's good to find out. It doesn't mean that person is in the right. That's by no means. And so then so the first thing you can do is, of course, work on, okay, why is this triggering me? And you'll gain benefit from that. How to love that person is a very difficult thing. And the person might in fact be sinning in some way or could stand some improvement. That gets into the far more difficult thing of how to actually productively help someone. Because a lot of what passes for rebuke is just reacting. And that kind of reacting usually doesn't do anyone any good. And it may not be within your capacity to actually do any good for that person anyway, because there are a lot of people out there who are so balled up in their own stuff that words are just not going to do anything to them. And so Jacob's studying psychotherapy. One of the things that you learn as a psychotherapist, I assume, but definitely as a pastor, is when working with people with bad behaviors, sometimes you can protect an organization by drawing a clear line. And as a pastor, I would say to someone, you're not going to do this here, or I am going to put you out, because I will not have you hurt these other people over here or distract the proceedings by this foolishness. I mean, I do that to protect the flock. Now, if I'm dealing with the person that usually takes a lot more time because these kinds of things that develop in human beings become very complex knots that it can take a long time to, and usually they're the ones that are going to have to untie the knots.
I would totally agree with that. I just want to point out this teaching of the Baal Shem Tov, Exodus 23:5. So the normal translation is, if you see the donkey of one who hates you lying under its burden, and you would refrain from helping it, surely you shall help him with it.
Yeah.
And the Baal Shem Tov, I mean, you see this clearly in the Hebrew, but he reads it when God shows you the material world. When he is showing you the chamor, that which is not spiritually right, sonecha, it is your enemy. It is that which hates you. Rovetz tachat masao, and it is crouching under its burden. V'chadalta me'azavlo, and you have failed yourself to azovlo, to free yourself from it. Azov ta'azov imo. You should free yourself with him. And what the Baal Shem Tov taught with that was that when something is bothering you in somebody else's behavior, right, it's because you have some connection to it. Bye, Paul. It's because you have some connection to it. And you have to realize your evil inclination, that which hates you within you, which you have failed, and you should work on yourself at the same time as you're hopefully helping the other person. Now, the other thing that rabbis often say about rebuke, so this is one of my favorite stories, is a rabbi goes to the wealthy man in town, goes up to his door, and leaves. And the guy sees the rabbi came to his door and left. What's going on? He goes to the rabbi. He's like, Rabbi, why didn't you come in? He said, and the rabbi says, well, and this may or may not be from the Talmud, but there's a saying in Judaism, just as it is a mitzvah, you're required to rebuke someone who will listen. You're required not to rebuke somebody who will not listen. And I wanted to keep that mitzvah, and so I came to your house not to tell you, and I did it, and I left. He's like, and the guy's like, but how do you know I'm not going to listen? He's like, no, you're not going to listen. And he tells him, and he listens, right? Like it stirs up that the silence stirs up that desire to actually listen. So there are multiple ways of helping someone else listen. There's the Socratic method, and interestingly enough, one of the methods that in one of my classes we were learning about is silence. So that's also a method, right? But what you're not allowed to do is this unfortunate thing that Paul will definitely say is not true Christianity, but too many Christians think is Christianity, which is, oh, I'll forget about it. I won't care anymore. And that's apathy. That's Amalek, Asher Kor Chabaderech, Amalek, which cooled you on the way.
Well, and it's very much something that, I mean, it's a very enabling attitude, which is very popular, especially among the middle class, affluent, and you know, is
And it's
trying to be
easy.
taught to everybody else.
It's easy. It's a lot easier to walk by the homeless people and pretend you don't see them, which is why Los Angeles is filled with homeless people sleeping on the streets. It's that atomistic individualism of it reminds me of those self-mummifications that the Buddhist monks do, where they learn to care so little about this world that they literally just die. That's Gnosticism.
What would you say is the whole deal with? I mean, on one hand, you want to care. And in fact, I find myself caring about a number of people that are very much stubborn. And I mean, not that I can't relate, but at a certain point, you have to leave them to leave their. If they're going to choose that path, they're going to have to suffer the ramifications of it, and it's their right to do so. But yeah, I mean, there's a fine line between choosing not to care and caring, but doing so in ways that are hopefully productive and leave a door open. I don't know if that's, I don't know how much you would subscribe to like the prodigal son sort of thing, where the father had, you know, he didn't like put a fence up around the property and say you can't come back, but he also didn't actually go out and he ran to him as the son was coming back, as opposed to going out and sending a search party and saying,
Well, I don't know. So I don't know how much I like that
I would imagine you'd have some
analogy
problems
of God,
with it. Sure.
because what Judaism clearly teaches is wherever God sent us into the exile, He came with us, and that God suffers with us in our exile, right? So our understanding is that God never left that prodigal son. But yeah, there are times when you have to respect the autonomy of someone, and you have to pray for them, and you have to realize that you don't have any capacity to help them. And part of that is actually just recognizing your own
Limitations.
limitations and restrictions, and like, okay, there's some things I can't fix. There's a lot of things I can't fix, right? And that doesn't mean stop caring, but I mean, you have to prioritize, and and you have to accept your limitations and realize, okay, God, we do our part and God does the rest.
Well, we cultivate that which God has given us, and hopefully we're producing a harvest with which we can feed others or leave tares for those that'll glean, and that sort of stuff.
Michael raised his hand, so.
I forget where, but there's also a sense in which there's an infinite harvest available, right?
My cup runneth over, yes, but
And
Yeah.
the actual like infinite harvest is an image used in the New Testament. I have to remember where. And so with that, like the rational part of me is absolutely unable to manage this process, right? Because I have limited patience. There's only so many things I can devote my attention to, all of this, right? And it's only when I am, in order to bear my brother's burden, right? Jacob, I think you pulled up something out of Exodus a while ago that was talking about burden, right? And that to me is like exactly what Paul's talking about in Galatians 6, right? Of this bearing each other's burden. And however much you're able to do that in gentleness and in humility, not thinking that you're above this, right? That you could fall into the same trap, and you might even fall into the same trap trying to offer a gentle criticism, right? But in order to manage all of that together, you know, that's why there's like a spiritual warfare endeavor that has to happen before trying to get there. Because if you try to do it with your own rational power, you really can't. You'll overdo it in some way, right? You'll create a problem in some way. And it's how to address the problem isn't done through rationality. It's done in love. And it's done from a love that you're not capable of producing yourself.
So, one counterpoint, kind of. I would say it's not that it isn't rational, but it does not sacrifice love for an experience. Like sometimes I think we conflate rationality with our capability for patience, or yeah, basically our patience for something. Like we'll say that this is rational in so much as I understand something, but sometimes we'll overestimate our ability to have understood the situation in its totality. So I think love is coming in with the humility, thinking that yes, I have a decent grasp of this situation, maybe, but also always leaving some amount of room for, oh yeah, well, I might have a decent grasp of the situation. I might be missing a very key piece of data. I know I do. I've been busted on that a number of times. But it'll seem very simple within my understanding, but lacking some other details, it winds up. Anyway, so I think just having the humility is a key part of the love that sometimes gets overlooked. But it's not that it's not rational. It's just that our ration is limited to the data set that we're working with, and our data set is often terribly limited in ways that we may or may not. Well, maybe not terribly, but there's sometimes a critical flaw.
I think the word here we need is actually faith. It's faith starts with reason and extends it beyond. Faith is not irrational. It is beyond rational. It's I can't prove to you that the sun will come up tomorrow because I have no way of knowing for certain the sun will come up tomorrow. But I have faith the sun will come up tomorrow. And in a similar way, I have faith that the Messiah will come.
Yes. The only reason that I can treat that annoying guy at church with any level of grace, right, is because I extend past my own rationality in faith that the Messiah, right, does what I can't do.
Well, I mean, it's part of it is, I mean, so Jesus going to the cross, right? In the sense of Isaiah 53, as I mean it, is a belief in the resurrection of the dead. Is I believe that if I do what is right, and that there is life after death, that there is a resurrection, that there is a hope that God will right the wrongs.
Well, it's more than a hope, though. I mean, it's a belief in the nature of God being perfection, the creator and author of life and everything else. It's, I mean, and that's why I have a trouble. That's why I have trouble pushing it off. I mean, yes, it's faith, but I do have significant issues with faith being something that's not grounded in the pattern and perpetuation of existence as it is.
Faith
So
faith is
it's a reasoned logic too.
100%. Yeah, no. So faith is not contrary to to reason and logic. Faith
Right.
is an extension of reason and logic beyond where it can carry you.
It's a credit line.
Yeah.
So I would argue, maybe, I don't know if I'm arguing actually, that that's foundational for rationality to exist, right? So it is the foundation of which that rationality is built on at all.
The a priori, yeah.
So the faith, so you got what you can control and what you think and what you understand, that'll take you so far. And then there's a gap of what can be done through you that candidly isn't rational, right? Like love is not rational. It doesn't adhere to any kind of power mapping, right? Like even just trying to map love, the fullness of a mother's acceptance and grace, and the fullness of a courageous love, and the binding together of these things. When Peugeot talks about, love being the answer to combinatory explosiveness, here's a multiplicity of options. Here's a fractured reality, or here's a broken heart, and it's love that brings that back all into focus, right? And we're talking about things, we're pointing at things, just even trying to describe this, that really, really break beyond the bounds of rationality.
Well, yes, no, I mean, yes, in a sense, I suppose, but I mean, because love is essentially, at least to some degree, it's a commitment to that which is good, and to a commitment to good as a concept, and good being closely related, as in a child of God, basically. I mean, it's that which comes from God is good.
Okay, so for me, there's a reason why I constantly go back to the Hebrew of the Bible, because I think that when you don't have a grounding in a particular language, you can extend the meaning of words in so many ways that it becomes difficult for people to understand each other. And
Understood.
that is why, my channel was like an attempt to help people learn Hebrew, because we try to go back to the Bible together, and we try to understand these words and have them unite us. But when we're using different texts, when we're using different translations, how do we come to that unifying self-nullification to the will of God?
Well, I think because the spirit of what is underneath language remains regardless of the language, because that which is. I mean, there's an underlying reality that words are encoding, but it's not exactly the reality itself, right?
It's not, but if you are putting faith in the Word of God, ultimately, I mean, if we're looking at different texts, we're looking at different texts.
But even when you say Word of God, I've been different people that feel different about that phrase, right? And the person I am now is the one that immediately jumps to the word written on my heart, that only is there when I am mortifying my flesh, being moldable to the divine, right? And to live as Christ to die is gain.
I mean, I don't disagree with that, but ultimately, and this is actually where I think liturgy is so important, because prayer is so important, right? And when you have the Protestant prayer that is anti-liturgical, right? Everybody just prays whatever comes to them, right? As opposed to a prayer which is guiding you, right? And I think the same thing happens when you don't have, right? So when I am speaking to somebody else about the Hebrew Bible and we are looking at the same words, there is a unification there
Sure.
that just simply cannot be with when you're looking at the NIV and I'm looking at the NKJV.
I think that's fair in like a multiplicity unity comparison, a one to many thing, right? Like I think that's completely fair. But I think that scripture, I mean, it depends on how far we want to go with this conversation and just exactly the nature of that text and some of the more early Genesis ideas about what's incarnational there. But setting that aside for a second, when Peugeot is talking about symbols, right, and you've got people illiterate, and you have illiterate monks in the Orthodox Christian tradition, that have this deep relationship with God. That's what I think Eric is pointing at, right? Is that there is a foundational reality that we encounter and that we can't escape, right? And that
But at
the
least
whole
in part, yeah.
picture does map that, but it also has some traps and snares, right? Because of us, we have traps and snares. We are the traps.
Okay, but I mean, greater is wisdom from folly, as light is from darkness. It's better to be literate than to be illiterate, and too many Christians are like,
Yeah, well, I mean, too many people in general, but yeah, I mean, I will say the counterpoint to what, not really a counterpoint, but or maybe it is, whatever. Point being, the Protestants do technically have a liturgical sort of prayer, and I mean, it's the Lord's Prayer as far as if you're talking about structure. So I wouldn't totally throw. I mean, yes, there's a strong, hey, just what do you feel about this passage? Sort of vibe that often comes through Protestant circles, which is
I don't know
interesting, but
how many Baptists actually say the Lord's Prayer on a regular basis.
probably a fair number, honestly. I mean, there's so many Bible studies and stuff like that. I don't know. It's mileage is going to vary based on the person. I mean, is what it boils down to. But I will say the other thing, kind of to what Michael was helping me try to get together, is just how the liturgy. I mean, essentially, what is liturgy but a practice, and what is practice of something but embodiment in reality, and the embodiment in reality is taking a spirit and making it manifest. And so this language, I mean, the encoding, everything is, and I also don't know if I also don't know if I would put God in so small a box as to say that yes, he's not bound by a particular language and tricks and whatnot, but he well, okay, and there's a third point that just I can't remember, I can't forget, but I think he can absolutely use little features of language that happen to work out really well like God and good. It's not necessarily the point, but it's also a pointer. And then the third thing I was going to mention is just like what you're saying with having the original language, because obviously in Islam they have a strong tie to it has to be in Arabic and that sort of stuff. And I think it is extremely valuable to get that, because when you study the language, that a lot of times brings in the culture, a whole bunch of historical context. It does enrich the field really greatly. But I would say that again, through the power of what is true, which is that which is that which is. It
Yeah,
basically
God will overcome Christianity. Don't worry. He is certainly capable of that. But look, the Jewish reaction to Christianity translating things and our insistence on Hebrew is 100%. I don't think anybody should at all poo-poo the fact that we took a look at Christians reinterpreting the text into Greek and then other languages and like taking it and being like, oh my God, no, we Hebrew, only Hebrew, right?
Sure.
And hopefully it would be possible that people, yes, I'm perfectly fine with people who can't learn another language and people who aren't going to spend the time and whatever. But it doesn't negate the point. And I think this is really one of the major problems that I find with Christianity is, okay, I hear the point. Yes, there are people who don't speak Hebrew. There are people who will never speak Hebrew. And God is still the God of the people who will never speak Hebrew. Fine. Nobody's doubting that. Don't negate the importance of the original text.
Sure.
And that is what way too many Christians do.
So it's I think that what more or less everybody would agree to is that the Bible, it's like it's the most holy. It's the tippy tip of the top of the pyramid, right? Right. So the as pure and original as you get with it in Hebrew, what have you, right? That's the tippy top of the most holy scripture. It's scripture. It's that which is written down, right?
Without translation, I'm not sure all Christians would agree with you.
So I've encountered lots of types of Christians, and I hear where you're going, but the reason why I don't care about is because the way that the annoying guy at church also becomes less annoying is when that faith is given for that love to be worked through me, because God knows I'm not capable of it, right? And that love is worked through me to that other person who's annoying for lots of reasons, and maybe one of them is that they are illiterate and they're reading a bad translation of the Bible, right? And whatever. And they're showing me like some crazy gold Trump coin or something, right? Like, all right, and like something in me needs to die to find the love and the grace that is shown to me, right? And that has worked through me. And that when that happens, the word of God is also written on their heart too, right? And that they now understand more about what might be read in Holy Scripture than their eyes and their rational capacity to read could have ever gotten.
I don't disagree with anything you said.
Yeah. So I don't care. I'm like, they don't understand it. Can enough love be worked through me to teach them the way, and that the way might in time also help reveal, what's written down.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, the other thing that's really tempting, of course, is to say that the way in which we are reached is the way in which everybody must be reached, which I don't want to parlay into all roads lead to heaven sort of situation, but I would say that they're within orthodoxy of God-fearing folks of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob and whatnot. Within that strain, there certainly are ways that we
I
are
would
more sensitive.
I would go further. I mean, I personally, so there's a reason why Judaism is not a proselytizing religion, is that I believe that God can, in fact, reach that Hindu in rural India through, I don't. That doesn't mean that I am some sort of absolute perennialist who doesn't believe that, in fact, the Talmud and being able to study Talmud in Aramaic and understanding the great depths. So when I listen to the Yanuka, like, there's no translating the things that he says. There's an English transcript of his thing. Like, people have asked me to translate, and it's like, I'm sorry, there is no way I can bring this into English for somebody who doesn't know Aramaic, much less Hebrew, right? And so I believe that there are higher mountains and lower mountains, but when it comes down to it, if you're talking about 1,000 feet up or 10,000 feet up or 10 feet up in relation to God, all of it is finite and kilachashiv, and it's as if it exists not. And God knows where he put you, and God knows what capacities he gave you, and he knows how far you have gone on the path with what he has given you.
Right. Yeah, no, agreed. I mean, the other thing too that I think that I don't know if I can hammer home enough, because I feel like it just gets lost a lot of the times, is how often we mistake our interaction, our relationship with God, with the clubs that develop around our affinity groups in relation to how we interact with him. And so in so much as I'm trying to think of a better way to put it, other than to it just, especially when we're talking about religion and all these other things, a lot of times the implicit implication there is, oh, you're talking about this thing that people put together and how they understand God, how they understand God, as opposed to how God has revealed himself in either directly or directly through speech of some sort, or signs, or just the structure of reality that we find through observation. But I don't. I mean, the word meta gets thrown around, and I think that might be poking at it a little bit. But I mean, obviously, God is working within the world, but also much beyond it. And a lot of times, we take our personal perceptions and understandings and affinity groups and take that as the thing itself, which is idolatry to some extent, is it not?
It can be. I mean, if you are, if God only fits in your church, right? Then if your church contains God, then yeah, your church is an idol.
Right.
So,
But beyond even church or religion, I guess that's what I'm getting at, like the very way in which, like, we're talking about rationality, like these very broad foundational concepts which undergird our ability to think and speak and interact together in any productive manner, maintain life. I mean, it all everything is undergirded by this concept, these spirits and concepts and whatnot. So it's I think that's the thing that I keep on trying to disentangle, because we have, rationality and religion, as opposed to, this is a belief. Rationality informs. It's a spirit that works, or a structure, a pillar of a foundation of the world and the universe existence as it is. but we keep on trying to miscategorize, or it seems like the whole thing about the knowledge of good and evil is we started getting too big for our britches, and then we started categorizing things in almost the right way, but just a little bit off. Like, well, we start doing all these little inversions along the way. As this is solid, but this isn't. This is more. This has more grace, but this isn't. And yet, it just seems like most of the things we hang ourselves up on are tragically a lot of times it's the absolute inverse in a particular circumstance, but it's so infinitely particular that we have a hard time, at least personally, through ourselves, unraveling it and weighing and balancing all the factors that are at play in order to get it just right. And so there are these more childlike commands that we can or postures that we can take that enable us to function in the universe as we see it without overthinking it, and then trying to impose something that goes against God's commands to rewrite or push boundaries that ought not be pushed. But
So, it's like there's a struggle there on something like the true church, right? And so, as best as I can tell, if you worship the Lord that sits above all these other powers and principalities, right? The Lord that is at the top, fruits will manifest, right? It reveals itself in that church. It reveals itself in the people, right? It reveals itself. It will manifest in certain ways. And so when Christ talks about going out to baptize all the nations, right? It's like baptize all the ethne, the word that they use in Greek. And they're not talking about like people that aren't colored the same people as us and go put them in water, right? Like that is not what's happening. It's like go take the Celts, right, and go wash away the things that they're doing right now that are producing bad fruits, and help reorient them towards the highest good, right? And so you can take this pagan nation, wash away the bad, right, or burn out the corruption, right, and then reorient and put the king on the throne, right? And so this is not to make some kind of perennialist claim, though, right? That you could just go to anything and make your own mapping of it, and then no. There's like a very, very serious spiritual reality of, is the Elohim of Elohim on the throne, right? And
I would actually say where Christianity has failed most throughout history is exactly in those places where they have not believed in the baptism. Where they, and I mean, I think Paul Vanderklay talking about slavery is the perfect thing, right? Because when it comes down to it, I don't think that if Christians had truly believed that your baptism makes you my brother in Christ, and that chattel slavery would have been what it was. Richard says, you sort of talked past a really interesting tension. How do you hold together both God's ability to reach the Hindu, but maintain that studying Torah is at the top of the hierarchy? Well, part of it is that I don't believe that studying Torah is at the top of where the Hindu needs to be in hierarchy. This is actually something I've been really dealing with, is like there are parts of the Torah which are considered forbidden to Gentiles. And like on the Discord, we've been talking like as far as Noahides, okay, like what's too much studying Torah for a Noahide? And it's really, really easy to try to kind of be like, well, forget it. Like, there's nothing that's beyond, right? And it's like, no. See, God has his plan for you. God has put you where you are to do those things you are capable of. And it's 1 Corinthians 12. It's a true understanding of 1 Corinthians 12. And an understanding of 1 Corinthians 12 that does not negate the different parts of the body. And you can certainly try to reinterpret Paul from how he has been understood. So I'm not saying this is the only way to understand Paul, but one way that has been understood, that Paul has been understood, specifically by Protestants and Martin Luther, has been this priesthood that negates the various parts being different from each other. And so there has to be multiple hierarchies. There has to be, and so learning Torah may not be the most important thing for you. That may not be what God created you for.
I feel like I'm an ignoble pot.
What does that mean?
Oh, there's some pots are created for noble purposes and some for ignoble, to be smashed in the fire.
I think that's BS. I think you're just justifying your own, immorality. Like, oh, I wasn't created well. Get out.
Oh
of here.
No. I wouldn't say I'm not created well. I think I was created pretty decently, but I've made enough choices to hamper
you were made in
that.
a certain image.
One thing I wanted to touch on, Jacob, is sacred language, because you've talked a lot about how like Hebrew is the best, and I certainly see how some languages convey ideas better, or you could say, depict the divine better, right? Like when I talk about, how in Greek there's otheos and in Latin there's just deus, right? Like, yeah, that's a function of the language, and it partly caused the schism, At the same time, languages aren't static, right? You talk about the participatory nature of language, right? With the oral Torah and how there's these little additions to the Bible, like, and it was till this day, right? So I don't think it's just a propositional thing. I think you still have to see language as relational. I think the function of a divine language is to convey the divine. It's not that it's divine of itself.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I mean, I think Hebrew is the language in which God actually spoke on Mount Sinai. But at the same time, so the actual gift of tongues in Acts 2 or 3, where is it that Peter speaks and everyone understands him, right? That is reminiscent of how we understand what happened at Sinai, which is God spoke, and we believe God spoke in Hebrew, but everyone understood it, which is the precise opposite of how Christians understand speaking in tongues today, which is,
Protestants.
well, you say something and nobody understands you.
That's a certain brand of Protestant.
I mean, it is based on Paul and his interpreters. Like, how does it mean? What does it mean to interpret tongues? Like, how can you interpret tongues if tongues means that people understand you, what you say?
It's relational.
interpreting
though.
is-
language is participatory.
Yeah. I mean, technically,
That's
when we
the-
understand something, we're interpreting the vocal or
the
written
meaning of it.
characters that are out there.
It's the same
so-
way that I interpret an icon, Jacob. The icon doesn't change, but I still interpret it.
So, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I just communicated,
You have
Right?
strong forearms. Yes.
right? But so, like, what is language? Jacob, I was curious if you wouldn't mind going to Genesis 1:11.
Genesis 1:11. I don't know.
1:11 and 1:12, because I have a sense that it's a little abstract, but that how we understand truth has to do with understanding fruits and trees, right? And that fruits are a means of communication, right? That communicates, right? This is the whatever mapping of whatever symbols you write down, or whatever, the way Dugin talks about this, the Russian philosopher that is like Putin's brain, quote unquote, right? So he talks about like nohomachia, right? It's like wars of nooses. He's also kind of talking about peoples, right? And peoples have a certain kind of understanding, or they have a certain kind of ideological capture. It's rooted in their very language, is the way that they understand reality itself, right? And so as these things are battling, the only thing that seems to supersede all of that is watching fruits and trees.
First, I have to disavow Dugin.
Fair.
Not a fan. Second, I have to say that this is where we, in Judaism, learn about Omphalos. And if you don't know what Omphalos is, you might want to look it up. And fruit and trees and so fruits, right? When it says be fruitful and multiply, right? Is the fruit that much different? And I mean, this gets into energies and essence, and right. Ultimately, what we're dealing with is the fact of the one and the many. And the many is not the many.
Are you saying that as in like there's a straight and narrow, and then the many is everything else?
No, I am saying that the one unifies the many, right? That there.
Is that also how Pajot might say Christ contains the entire cosmos?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's how Christians would talk about the Trinity, would talk about one and the three, right? which I think is a mistake. I think we need to talk about the one and the many. And I think part of the mistake of Christianity in understanding the Trinity is mistaking how the many participates in the divinity with divinity itself.
Okay, so let's say identifying fruits. Okay, so you got all these possibilities about how to consider something good, right?
Right.
How do I know what's good? Right? We've stripped off language, and we're trying to watch for who's an asshole, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we're like, what kind of behaviors that come out of me? When am I an asshole? When am I not an asshole? Right? When is it good? When is what somebody else does good? And that the only way that we're able to take the well, that's just your lived experience, man, problem, right? And bring that into a shared objective reality is in the fullness of humility and mercy from something that comes only through faith, and love, right, passes through. And that's what brings, it's sort of kind of like maybe that's part of what we're pointing out with flow state stuff, but it takes all that multiplicity and brings into focus, oh, that's good, right?
Are you trying to point to by their fruits you shall know them?
For sure. Yeah. And I think that so if we think about like a universal language, right? That's if we don't understand each other with the noises we make from these holes, right?
Right.
Then what we might have to we have these urges of like, how do I treat this person? It's sort of like encoding, right? So there's pressure, it's sort of like fiery darts, it's like be an asshole to them, smack them, you could do all these different things, steal from them, all right? Or, right, you could share your food with them, right? Something like that. And so to receive that communication is like the word written on your heart that you can't really get there alone because you're in a will of power, right? But if you're aiming towards if you have the Elohim of Elohim on the top of your throne, that gets worked through you. And now you've established good. Now you see, now good fruit is coming out of you, and by that good fruit, they know what kind of tree you
are. Okay, so I think I have to go back to Deuteronomy 30, where it says, what God wants from you is in your mouth. It is known to you. And ultimately, right, the problem really is not that you don't know what is right and good. It's possible that through lying enough, you have convinced yourself of lies. But ultimately, all that I can advise you is actually do that which you know to be good, and that will put you on the right path.
What if, so part of the complicated model of this, I think, right, which I've come to embrace more fully, having grown up in a Pentecostal, very irrational, very anti-intellectual background, is where it's like, even if I can recognize the good, I'm not capable of it. There's something where I have to stop trying, let go, and give up. And then that gets worked through me. I can't even do it, right? And this is where Paul, right? This is where Paul's like, I can't even do what I want to do. Right?
Well, I mean, this is the thing. You have to. It's not giving up, though. It's do as much as you can and leave the rest to God. The problem I have with is, oh, well, I can't, and so might as well not try, right? And it's like, no, Hashem hanoten lacha chayil, right? It is God who gives you the koach lasot chayil, who gives you the capacity to do good.
I'm good with you.
But
You mentioned Deuteronomy, and just
Yeah.
like one chapter at the end of 29, it does speak specifically to that, right? The secret things belong to the Lord our God, but the things that are revealed belong to us and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of this law. So,
well,
yeah, there's like
we
this-
understand that differently, but yes. I
Oh,
mean,
really? How much
yeah.
differently?
We understand that as meaning that we should not delve into people's private sins. Those belong to God.
Jacob, to your point, if somebody did what you just characterized, there's a certain kind of fruit that's going to manifest, right?
What do you mean?
And we can all see it, right? Like if somebody goes, oh well, I just have to give up and like seek mercy from God. I don't have to actually be obedient.
Right.
Let go and let God.
Yeah. And so Christ doesn't work through them. It's just an excuse for them to not worry about it and not repent. Right?
Yeah, but isn't that
Now,
Lutheran's entire
so
theology?
what, here, whoever's theology that is, we see it on their faces as if it was plain as day, as if their noses were long, right? We're able to see it. You can't lie about it. We know exactly what's going on, right? And if you can't see it, you hear it, right? It's there. You know the kind of tree that it is because of the kind of fruit that it is.
I mean, I generally agree, but I have to say, when you look, I mean, so this has been my whole thing with John Calvin as a murderer and Martin Luther was a bad person. It's like, look, when it comes down to it, if a rabbi says beautiful things and then goes and does horrible things, that matters to us in Judaism, whereas I have heard way too many Christians say all kinds of opposite of that, including in defense of a mass murderer like John Calvin.
Well, it depends on whether we're attributing. Oh, you're muted.
You're muted.
I was going to say it kind of, at least in part, depends on whether or not we're venerating truths that are spoken or the person themselves. Because typically there's only one person that we would hold should be ultimately venerated.
Language is relational, though. Language is relational, though.
True.
And this is why.
But if everything that humans sullied, was thrown out, we would have nothing.
But okay, but well, okay. So I have. This is why I'm like, okay, so let's rename Calvin College Servetus College.
I don't know who that is.
You don't know who Servetus is? Get off my channel.
Look at Sam in here.
The holy martyr Michael Servetus, may God avenge his blood.
I've heard the name. I'm not familiar. I'm sorry.
He died al Kiddush Hashem for sanctification of the name in Geneva about 500 years ago. He was murdered by that man, John Calvin.
Oh, no.
Burnt at the stake along with all his medical books and books of theology.
Oh.
So, in trying to map, so like I'm kind of on Grizz's side with some of this stuff, right? It's like trying to drill down to the absolute essentials of discernment and truth here,
Mhm.
right? And what it means to observe truth and to communicate in a way where everyone understands each other about what's good, right? So you see these bad fruits manifest. You know that ain't it, right? But it's like, okay, well, how do you judge that, right? How do you know that that wasn't it? How do you know that wasn't good, right? And this is where it's like, okay, well, how much do we need to study Holy Scripture in order to get there? So I think that this leads us to the two most important things, right? To love God with all your heart, mind, and soul, and to love your neighbor as yourself. Okay, because if you can orient towards that, right, good fruits will come out. Because if you think about you and how you treat yourself, it's like, well, what's the kind of love that you give yourself? You have to get over the dumb shit that you do, right? So you have to accept that you do dumb shit and get over it and just move past it, right? Just in order to be able to continue to do something else and not go completely insane, obsessing about the stupid thing that you did. All right. So you have to give yourself grace, right? And we're better about that for certain things and worse about it for other things. And then we also have to try to get better, right? Like, well, I really screwed that up last time. I got to do something to be better at that thing if I have to do it again, right? And so there's a courageous, fatherly pulling up, right? So we love ourselves with deep grace and with deep courage.
Hopefully. I have to say, too many people don't.
Now, however much you don't do one of those things, right?
Yeah.
'Cause you sort of have to do those things in order to function at all, right?
Yeah.
Now, you're however much you screw them up, you'll see more and more bad fruit, right?
You're right. So, like Hillel said, "Im ein anili mili im anilat mi mani im lo achshav ematai." If I am not for myself, who is for me? If I am for myself alone, what am I? And if not now, when? And there is a really beautiful thing about loving your neighbor as yourself, in that a prerequisite of it is that you do have to have some level of love for yourself in order to extend it beyond yourself.
So I think it's like those two kinds of love are also fire and water, I think. Okay. So when we think about baptism by fire, baptism by water. Okay. So water washes away dirt. Fire burns away corruption. Okay. Fire is sort of like the masculine, courageous love. Water is sort of the grace that washes away and cools. Okay. That's the kind of love that you have to have for yourself, that you just have for yourself, right, in order to function at all. When you, in humility, think that there's a higher power. I'm not in control of that, right? I'm not in control of it. I'm really bad at managing the proportions of how much fire and how much water, right? I screw it up all the time. And so you give yourself up to the light, right? Then the light uses the fullness of the fire and water, and that manifests in love for your neighbor, right? And if you've got that, if you just have that, there's probably some good fruits, right? You're probably worshiping the Elohim of Elohim at that point.
Lost Cause says, how do you tell the difference between hell and baptism by fire? You don't.
Yeah, well, are you in rebellion
Excellent.
or are you obedient?
Well, I mean, this goes back to what I keep on bringing up, which too many people don't automatically go, yes, you're right, which is, if God thinks you should go to hell, where do you think you should go?
So your dad, imagine your dad, right? And like, so he's telling you to do something. And if you're rebellious, it's a painful process to negotiate and deal with whatever this thing is. This guy is telling you to do something. You don't want to listen to him. You're like, I don't want to respect you, man. Right. You're just like got this rebellious thing going on. But if it's in love and he's asking you to do something difficult, right, then that's sort of like this, he might still be lifting you up, right, and helping you die to an old, weaker part of yourself and building you up. But depending on whether you have resentment or gratitude towards him is whether it feels like a baptism or hell.
I think there is a part of that. Bub Elvis, Spanish physician and theologian, the holy martyr Michael Servetus, may God avenge his blood, was branded a heretic and was burned by Calvin and burned in effigy by the Catholic Church. And Martin Luther wrote a letter saying, you did a good thing, which shows me that they're all horrible people. Yeah, but even Orthodox Christians say hell is God's living fire. Bubblefish? That's a weird way of writing bubblefish. Yes, ultimately, I think you're absolutely right that Kol derachmana avid latav avid. Everything that the merciful has done, he has done for the good. And when you have a proper understanding of theodicy and you have a proper understanding of the Bible, you understand that everything God does in his sovereignty is ultimately for the good. I think what trips people up is that makes it sound like good and evil are the same, and they're not.
Agreed.
And so, yes, we have to turn towards the light and the good, and but ultimately, we know where the road ends. The road ends where God has said it will go.
I see it as like God is also the only capacity to see or recognize good. You're not capable of that. None of us are, right? Your capacity to realize and see the good is only through God. Now, any part of you that doesn't see that, right, and doesn't recognize the good is some sort of rebellious part of you, right? And that's not to say that you can't separate wheat from chaff, right? But to participate in him is also to be obedient to him is to fully see the good, and that everything that is in rebellion to the good, you can also recognize that, and that's something like evil. Whatever it is, it's definitely rebellious to the good. That's the mapping.
The way I really love this Riemann sphere, which is an explanation of 0 to infinity. All roads lead to the same infinity, but there are roads that in a finite way lead to a further infinity. And I don't know if that helps anybody else, but for me, that helps me understand the difference between the good and the evil which God creates.
Well, don't I see it in kind of like the way it's mapped. I think the way I see it is how it's mapped in Genesis, right?
Which is
So, and it's also sort of like the mapping of the divine council, right? And understanding that which is in the sea, right? And the sea creatures and the infinite chaos and multiplicity that exists, but that you can also see that. So here's this pyramid structure. Also, okay, here's the waters, and that goes on to infinity, but it's still all is within one banner, right? And there's Elohim of Elohim at the top of all of that. That is also like.
Are you talking about Pajot's book, Mathieu Pajot's book, or?
No, but I'm sure that some of the way that I map that is affected by that.
Because I haven't read that book, and I was just wondering if you're specifically referencing it.
I'm speaking about the best way I understand the mapping of the divine council, and that is also right. All paths are all bodies, right? And some are obedient to the good, and some are rebellious, right? And then that which is rebellious is also in infinite chaos under the water.
Lost Cause, I don't quite understand what you're saying.
Yeah, well, I kind of sent it too early, so I decided to just join to like ask it to be a lot simpler. But I guess
it's kind of hard to hear you.
Yeah, it would be that way.
Lost Cause.
It's hard to say that
Okay, here we
all
go.
things are good.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, sorry about that. So my question was this idea of like there's this idea that evil happens ultimately can be taken to good ends, and I understand that. Like you can see it in Alcoholics, where it's like, I'm glad I went through that because so much good has come out of it. But I just think if you take that attitude, it's really hard not to fall into some sort of trap of thinking like, okay, we'll do evil to bring good, kind of. And I just think it comes from this attitude of like, oh, well, failure leads to success. And it's a myth because if anything, success makes more success. Like whoever has more will be given more. Whoever has less, more will be taken. And I just think, I don't know, like there's this point in the language of creation where it's like you have the good, that's one point, in a straight line to the next point. And you have the bad where it starts out at the same point, takes a curve, but gets to ultimately to the same point. And that's very Unitarian. And I just don't like, I don't know. I'm not sure if I totally agree.
Well, okay, so, and that's why I was very careful to include that you should not mistake the idea that in the end, all evil will, in fact, be for the good with evil is good. What do you want to say?
Well, I mean, I was going to say, I mean, what comes to mind is just with something like when evil is done, redemption comes at a cost. And anytime that, yes, it can be redeemed, but it's going to cost something. And yeah, I don't know. That's just the thought that came to mind.
One
So
thing,
it's not good.
one thing I wanted to point out is that it's really scandalous to say that like all autonomy comes from God, right? What happens to free will then? I don't know.
Yeah, so synergy, right? Nous and logos,
Mhm.
right? You have this choice to mortify your flesh or to give in to the flesh, right? So when you are the you that notices, right? That's like the really high sense of you, right? That you can choose with free will, complete free will, whether or not to turn towards to let logos, right, cleanse and purify you and find the highest sense of identity of yourself in logos, right? Which is also kind of like putting your son on an altar and getting him back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any excuse to do evil knowing that it can be redeemed. I mean, it's a catch, but
It's not only that it can be redeemed.
Well, and
In
it's
fact,
not,
it will be redeemed.
Hmm.
That's the problem. Is when you recognize, okay, God will win, right? And that's my problem with universalism, right? That's why I believe that there are a very limited number of people who will, in fact, not have a portion in the world to come, because that needs to exist in order to show that yes, God did in fact give us free will, that despite the fact that if he wanted to, he could in fact overwhelm every single one of us, he did not choose to do so. I'm just happy that I'm not worried that I'm one of the people who've been completely capable. Like I'm not good enough to be that bad. But it's a real problem, and it does happen that people, and this is how you end up with a lot of Frankists and a lot of people like that. I mean, the Sabbateans and the Frankists really fell into that. And unfortunately, I have to say, much of Christianity, in my mind, does fall into, like, oh, so it doesn't matter. Like, all of you have met people who were like, my sins, Jesus has me covered. You've met people like that. And I'm not saying this has to be Christianity, but for a lot of people it is.
Why are you able to tell? How are you able to discern that and see it?
Oh, they sometimes say it directly.
What gives you the capacity to notice it?
Well, yes, you're right. They're fruits. They're not, in fact, acting. But I have to say, there's plenty of people. I mean, when it comes down to one thing Paul Vanderklay hasn't been talking about when he's been talking about the popes is Edgardo Mortara. And I really think when you're talking about the Pope losing the papal estates, you have to talk about Edgardo Mortara. There are traditionalist Catholics who recently have been trying to defend Pope Pius IX, who was canonized not too long ago by, I believe, John Paul II. So now he's the blessed Pope Pius IX, and I think that man is burning in hell, and I think he's going to burn in hell for a very long time because of what he did with Edgardo Mortara, which is what the Catholic Church had been doing for a very long time, but about 200 years ago, with the printing press, everybody found out about it, which was the Edgardo Mortara, as an infant, had gotten sick. His nanny had decided she was going to save this poor Jewish boy from hellfire by baptizing him. And at the age of 6, the Catholic Church finds out about this and does what it had done many, many, many times before to Jews living in the ghetto, ghettos of the Papal Estates, which is rescue this 6-year-old Jewish boy from his parents because now he's a Christian. And there are traditionalist Catholics who today will defend this.
What was that scripture in Exodus that you had earlier? The bearing.
Oh, that it's crouching under its weight. Exodus 23:5. What about it?
So, okay, if you see the donkey, what I'm trying to map is something like seeing dealing with the dirt in our own eye. Now we are able to see the dirt in, like, I can see, like, Jacob, I can see the dirt in your eye better than you can because I can see your eyes. You can see it in my eyes, right? So we've got this relationship. Now you can see the Catholic Church's deceit and how they missed the mark and the dirt in their eyes, right? But that we have, there's this bearing each other's burdens, right? That also seems to involve like carrying our own loads, right? And going, in what ways do we not manifest, like what kind of trees are we? What kind of fruit do we
Yes,
see?
Michael, but ultimately, yes, I completely understand that anytime, and this is precisely what the Baal Shem Tov said, that when you see, right, there's a reason why God is showing you this, because you have some connection to whatever sin you are seeing. Yes. And whoever lives in a generation that was not redeemed, this is a quote from the Talmud, is like he lived in a generation when the temple was destroyed. And so, yes, there is an imperfection in me, obviously. That still cannot be an excuse for the people who walk around and are like, no, Pope Pius IX did nothing wrong. And it's like, no, you're just wrong. And there is an aspect of, I believe God will judge between us, and one of us is wrong and the other one will burn for it.
Yeah. Well, I think that's also the know them by their fruits ordeal, right? Like, it's like, look, you can create whatever kind of justifications, whatever kind of theology, whatever kind of mapping of reality that you. What's the fruits? What actually came out of you and your people? What did you do? What did you do with your talents? Right?
Okay, but then how does that not turn into prosperity gospel?
Help me tie that.
So some people will say, oh, well, my fruits is I'm rich and these people are poor, and so they must, and that's the problem of the Friends of Job.
Okay.
Right.
So, now depends on how complicated of a map you want.
You're going to hell, Bubblefish.
What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to help the Joel Osteen followers have as simple of a mapping of that as possible, because it's also Grizz going, like, you got to help the Walmart folks, right? So I think that you can get there by understanding the nature of love, right, and humility. Right, that will counter the prosperity gospel problem. Now, it's not going to do it really well without further mapping and complicating the model, so to say. Right, but just with that, it gives you quite a bit to work with. Right, loving your neighbor as yourself. right? You're going to get almsgiving out of that. You're going to get generosity out of that, right? So that helps mitigate this prosperity.
Right, but
Al-
okay.
Also, the fruits are. I mean, you bring up the wealth and stuff like that, or success in general. Yeah, I think the fruits are not specifically the worldly things, but that which is of God, which is, I mean, it might include wealth, but it's certainly not the point most of the time, at least. So, I mean, I think that would be one way that you could guard against the prosperity aspect of the. I mean, unless you're hoping for the riches in heaven, which would be the spiritual fruits of wisdom, love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, self-control, yada yada yada.
Ultimately, though, I think you do have to have this concept of God will judge between you and me.
Yeah,
Sure.
totally. I think that's a foundational. In order to repent, it's foundational, because if you can't stop missing the mark until you recognize that there's a target and that there's a middle of the target. Like otherwise you're just shooting all over the place, right? So and that's like the first step to solving the problem is identifying it. It's also sort of that, right?
Right, and again, like there is an aspect of God will judge between you and me, right?
Yep.
At some point, I am going to have to say, like, okay, you think what you are doing is good and has good fruits, and I think what I'm doing is good and has good fruits, and I will have to let God judge between you and me.
So I think and this is a real struggle, and I'm part of us participating in obedience to the Elohim of Elohim is to recognize that there's an objective reality. There is no, you don't get your truth and I don't get my truths. There's one set, right? There's one set. Now discerning that, right? Again, the absolute simplest model of that is loving God with all your mind, heart, and soul, loving your neighbor as yourself. That's as simple as you can get. I think that if that's the center of the concentric circles, the next ring around it is let's identify fruits, right? And that's like joy, kindness, self-control, so on and so forth, right? That's the second circle around understanding what you're dealing with here, right? Because we have to, that's the way, that's one objective reality. And everything that results out of not doing that is also God's judgment. You will pay consequences for everything that you do that is not of the way. And that is God's judgment happening in real time, right?
Well, this discussion got really heavy.
Well, we could always go.
I thought I was just coming on to like just strain, and then
it's fine. I'll only pop my head in every now and then because
it gets all complicated. We were going to talk about the Jets playing the Lakers.
The Jets playing the Lakers. What?
That's my little joke.
Okay.
I could.
That's part of the. Yeah.
I could care less about any sport.
Oh, that's part of the World Series, isn't it?
I have no clue. Just as long as the pitcher gets a field goal, it's good for me.
Yeah. At least one strike per match, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Yep.
But anyway, you said, yeah, you did say you were just chatting, and while we're speaking about truth and ultimate things, I can't help but notice that there's this massive hypocrisy in your very room right there. I see that you are in fact labeled a cat, but as best as I can tell, are not a cat.
Yeah, I am in fact not a cat. This is in fact true. Yeah. But I do have a cat.
I did notice that. Yeah.
So it's a target.
Oh yeah, cat.
This
You
is
don't
how-
live anywhere near mountain lions, do you?
There are mountain lions around here.
This is,
I bet.
This is training for your cat to not sin. Hit.
I think she's actually in her hammock right now. I call it the Valley of the Shadow of Death because her name is Shadow of Death.
Oh my god. Well, I will fear no evil, but scratches. Yeah.
I got a black cat just so I could name her Shadow of Death.
That's ingenious, and I love your commitment to that. Oh, wait, Chrysalis. Who's a Neutrino is saying something about Chrysalis?
I worked with Chrysalis, but Chrysalis, no, I did not get this shirt from Chrysalis. If Chrysalis is a homeless shelter around here, but I doubt that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
No,
Plus, that's a butterfly.
This was just so I buy basically everything at Costco. So yeah.
Nice.
Although lately I've been doing a lot of Amazoning, way too much Amazoning.
Ooh, I have to ask you, just for kicks and giggles, have you been to Costco in the past week or so?
No.
I went last weekend and they had Euros, like a little Euro pack with it was delicious. They had the tzatziki sauce and everything. Yeah, it was only like $7 too. But yeah, that was Texas prices then.
I have to go to whatchamacallit before REI before my REI whatchamacallit
dividend or
yeah, not my dividend. There's a they gave me a like $30 when I joined. They gave me a $30 gift certificate or something,
Okay.
and yeah, I have to use it before it expires. It's all Caleb's fault. I ended up at REI.
Yeah. I mean, in fairness, it is a very intriguing place with lots of ways to spend all your money.
I was surprised how little sports stuff they have. It's actually
yeah.
I tend like I go to Big Five and Caleb's like, that's ghetto. I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty ghetto.
Whatever.
Jeez.
Jeez.
Jacob, you know how you're always getting on everybody that they need to go on dates and whatnot?
Yeah.
Yeah, what kind of outside stuff do you do?
So this is stuff I don't talk about publicly for particular reasons.
Yeah,
but no.
Vitamin D.
About vitamin what?
Vitamin D. Getting
vitamin
sunlight.
D. I mean, when I still had my dog, walking my dog every day was important. One of the reasons I had an office was so that I would leave the house, honestly. Now that I am back in school and my office is in my apartment, and Happy's in Eastern Washington, I don't get out of the house as much as I should.
When's the last time you got 1 hour of sunlight on your skin?
1 hour of sunlight on my skin. I have to admit, like the day before yesterday, I went and I sat outside just to sit outside.
Amen.
And I do get out and stuff.
One thing that's really great is you can go outside and pick weeds and fulfill the curse that has been imposed on all of us to work the land.
I live in a condo. There are no weeds.
It's community service, bro. Come on.
We have gardeners for that. There are 0 weeds.
You can serve your gardeners. Give them a once up. Just grab a couple weeds.
I've had to fight for every 2021 there were months, sometimes maybe into 2020, still beginning of 2021, there were months where I hadn't left my apartment.
You work from home?
Yeah. Right now I don't. Right now I'm working with a guy from my church, which is great. But last 3 or 4 years, it was all remote. Just being able to do software engineering, it's easy to just be alone. But yeah, I wouldn't get outside. I wouldn't get very intentional about getting sunlight on my skin, and I didn't start doing that in a serious way probably until about maybe a year and a half ago, something like that. And that seems to, in my experience, that has been part of the mapping, a very important piece and foundational piece of the mapping of God sent the boat for me to get in the boat, right? It's like what happened in the visible that I had to do in order to fix some of the invisible, right?
Yeah. This is one of the reasons why I've taken both Richard and Andrew to synagogue with me, and hopefully one of these days I will have start having these magic drafts. One of my projects is, I'm calling it Meaning the Great Gathering. Do either of you play Magic?
Not anymore, but I did a little bit back in the day.
Okay,
I do like it on the Coldplay album. It's a pretty fun song. Do you believe in magic? Yes, I do. No, okay, there.
The good thing about Magic the Gathering is the good thing about it is if you want to learn, it's really easy to download. Like there are games online, and it's really easy to learn. I mean, the basics is easy to learn, but it's complicated enough that it's an actual complicated game. And
those are all Magic cards back there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is actually an uncut sheet of Magic cards, and you can only get that from Hasbro as a gift.
That's awesome.
So yeah, Richard said he's going to pick up Magic once he's off school, and yeah, I'm gonna start having Magic. Decks can be stupidly expensive. If you want a competitive deck, it's probably around $1,000. But that's why we're going to be doing a cube draft, which everybody will come and play with my cards, and you don't have to bring your own cards at all. And Andrew helped me sleeve the cards, so we have cards. I mean, it's all ready to play if people want to. We just need 6 people to play. And part of the reason I thought of it was because at the estuary meetings, have you been to estuary, Eric?
Me?
Yeah.
No, there's nothing that I know of particularly close to where I'm at. Hezzy's on board. Thank you, Hezzy.
We sit around and we talk, and there's the estuary protocol, and John Van Donk wants people to all get a chance to talk. And
yeah,
I was like, this is just too much talking for men. It really is. What I wanted was kind of like a poker game, but nobody plays poker much anymore, and it's like the gambling and stuff. So in-person cube, yeah, exactly. So an in-person Magic cube was okay. You get you can 6 to 8 people, and you sit and play, and you just chit chat, and people chit chat, and you play one-on-one against people, and like when you finish your matches and you're waiting for other people like talk, and it's just men being in the same room with an activity that's fun, and the talking is secondary.
Mhm.
And that's why I'm calling it Meaning the Gathering. Richard says, yeah, I get the vibe that John hopes community will magically pop up from it, and I don't see that happening. Yeah, I mean, John is very Protestant. God have mercy on his soul.
Well, is he though? Because he's really into Roar too, right?
Oh, I might stick an old school Unholy Strength in there.
Oh,
It has a pentagram. Yeah.
Grizz organizing camping is good too. Yeah, I mean camping. Well, I mean, because guys used to. At least I remember as a kid, just throwing the ball, whether it be baseball or tennis ball or football or whatever, just bouncing something and playing pennies off of a dang wall or something. I don't know.
This is
Just
what I
something.
love about how my brother-in-law has raised my nephews.
Hmm.
They will actually turn off the computer games, and the three of them will just throw a ball and
Yeah.
they'll go and play basketball together. And Ben is 21, Evan is 18, and Ryan is 14.
Oh,
And
wow.
they'll play basketball with each other. It's like perfect.
I mean, I didn't have any. I remember at our last place, we actually just had. I had an old tin of found tennis balls and stuff like that, and basically we just placed it around the yard and tried to bounce it off the back wall of the house. And like you have to, kind of like racquetball, you have to bounce it off once and then see if you can get it into the little tin, like an old popcorn tin, Just whatever. It's just something that's like a test your skills, gives you something physical to do, and you can cheer for, or whatever, chide your bros, and
It's so foreign that Jacob has no words for throwing a ball. The funny thing is, when I was a kid, I never did it. Like, PE seriously brought down my GPA.
Oh my gosh.
I always got A's in everything but PE, and I got a C in PE always.
Wow. Well, you know what? But you got all this good intellect and Hebrew knowledge, so.
If I knew as a child what I know now, like I would have spent so much more time on PE. I would have taken PE seriously, much more seriously than I did. Yeah.
Yeah, so I hear that you want to go on walks and go get sunlight every day. That's what I hear.
Well, that's why. I mean, that's part of the reason having a dog was, the having to go on a walk, and like, yes, I've started like now I'm actually like exercising and stuff, and it's like, yeah, I realize how important it is.
Okay. That never too late. Never too late.
Richard says, one thing I do appreciate about my parents was them pushing me into soccer despite my disability. I love that sport. Yeah, your parents are pretty good about not coddling you too much, although I have to say your mom coddles you a little bit too much for your age, Richard. But she loves you, and you're her baby, and yeah, it's doubly hard when you have a kid with disabilities.
So I'm out in San Antonio, and I'm seriously considering starting an estuary group. I already signed
Did you
up.
say you're in San Antonio?
Yes, sir.
Hola, amigo.
Yeah? Or no, well, are you actually in San
No.
Oh,
Just
okay.
north.
Just north. Oh, okay.
There's a lot of people in the well, there's a lot of people in Texas, but there's several people in San Antonio. Isn't
Really?
Michael Sartori in San Antonio?
I thought he was Houston.
Oh, he might be Houston.
Or maybe no. Maybe he's more like College Station or something like that.
I know Mo is incorporating. I think he's definitely incorporating in Texas, and I think the person he's using as an agent is in San Antonio. I'm not sure though. I don't know who that is, but which reminds me, Mo needs to incorporate. I'm wondering what's going on with Mo and incorporating the thing and everything.
So I see it as it's not like it's not a brotherhood, right? Like I get that with my church. That's very much so a ministry of sorts, and I say ministry in like a ICU sort of way, right? This is where people coming from serious multiplicity have a place to sit down and try to get as close to whatever they're willing to see of objective reality as possible. And so they're all seeking together and finding pieces and then landing somewhere where they can play Magic the Gathering with everybody, right? Like that's closer to the one than it is the many, right? So they're coming from many, they're trying to get to one, right? And Magic the Gathering is somewhere closer to one than Estuary. Estuary is like any rando, right? Like any just crazy rando that's thinking about some weird stuff, some Jungian crap, whatever. And just come in, say things, and then hear some things, and hopefully that does something.
Yeah.
I think that it really all it does is it attempts to stabilize. It's an ICU, right? It's not even a regular hospital. There's hospitals that you still have to get to. This is the ICU.
Yeah, it's a tricky thing to get into because we've kind of atomized to such an extent, not having so many people that are so transient, moving all around the country and stuff like that. It can be a little daunting to sit down and expose yourself like that. But I mean, especially for the folks that might need it the most. I mean, it's the concept of icebreakers in a meaningful way is, yeah, that's definitely something that obviously a lot of folks have been trying to do, especially churches and various other community organizations and stuff like that. But I mean, the difficulty there is that a lot of times will seem contrived, and like I think there's so many programs that it's difficult to get excited about going to another program, so you have something else that's in your day that you can barely squeeze in, or in some cases when it's if it's in your neighborhood or in your apartment or something like that, well, okay, well, what if you don't like the people and now you live by them and you're stuck there, and that's the whole headache. And I think, yeah, those are two sides of a coin that I'm sure there's.
I'm going to let you two speak for a little while, and if anybody wants to jump on, and I'm going to take a little break myself.
Cool. I should probably actually go to bed pretty soon because I have to wake up.
Same.
But yeah, no, it's that's something that I definitely appreciate, things that happen organically. I mean, I think that's where just the concept of having an open invitation or a facilitation at small to medium scale is so valuable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're not lost.
Right. I mean, you're not like, oh, I'm putting somebody out by not showing up, or but it's there. And so, I mean, that's one of the cool things that I think probably was Well, you see people even like Tim Pool doing things like, "Hey, I want to do a coffee shop or something like that." Or,
Yeah, I heard him
but
talk about that actually. Yeah.
yeah, and then the whatever the meetings were up in Canada at that Abbey or whatever. I mean, that things like that I think are probably, I would say it's a good thing to aim at for a number of folks anyway, just because there's as public institutions and even private institutions fail for various reasons. I think anybody that can maintain that kind of, I mean, it is the spirit of this, it is the similar spirit as what the estuary concept is, but something that's also instantiated enough and stable enough that it can survive without leaning on commitment that people may or may not be willing or able to give, but still self-sustaining. I mean, I think that's why things like coffee shops come up, but I don't know. In general, it's like not overthinking it and not getting too much, not getting too wrapped up in tech or programming and stuff like that, and just literally just, I mean, because some of the places that you see thriving as far as social areas, or they'll have horseshoe pits or what, cornholes, cornhole tag, stuff like that. It just random stuff to occupy while you sit and have a drink or coffee or whatever. But I don't know. I think a lot of times that's also difficult because of costs related to property stuff too, and then travel again. So that, I mean, it really comes down to neighbors, like actually building local communities, I think, and just getting to know the people that you're around,
Yep.
even if it's tough.
What I see in Texas, having lived up north for most of my life, is flourishing churches. Right. It's not to say that they haven't also taken their own hits, but
Sure.
not like the rest of the country, not even
Yeah.
close. And so that's the binding together, right? And so I think a lot about the way Peugeot talks about this stuff. And so let's say there's something that's birthing out of whatever's happening right now, right? And or at least it strikes me that way. It strikes me that something is birthing, and we're watching convulsions as something is birthing. And some of that birthing we're seeing happening in Texas, in Florida, in this whatever the heck is going on here. We share similar values, a similar reality, a Christian American South in some sense. And that is about as close of a binding body as we get, right? It's like a large angel that presides over all of us, right? It's a spirit in the air that we're all participating in. And then it breaks down smaller. It breaks down smaller. But the next most important bodies that form that larger body, right, that are like pillars of that body, I think that's the churches, right? Everything else breaks down if the foundations aren't on people gathering together in humility, oriented towards something that's higher than themselves and whatever they like.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's, I think that, yes, I mean, I 100% agree with that. I think the tricky thing right now is just because you see, well, let's put it this way. There are things threatening those structures from a lot of different angles. And they're not all overtly, they're not all bad. I mean, like you see things like, okay, well, speaking of getting outside, you have like sports schedules for a number of friends and family that we have. I mean, it's a consuming thing. They're traveling around the state sometimes just for, not even pro league stuff. I mean, it's rec league, but it might be getting them on track for something, maybe going into college. I don't know, but like the amount of commitment and time poured into sports and stuff like that is that takes you away from family, from home. It's like everything we do is seems to be we've taken advantage of the fact that we can get on interstates and highways and get around everywhere in relatively quick speeds, but the amount of life that we're losing just by traveling all over the place constantly is the commute culture is it's definitely I don't know how we would get over it, especially in Texas, but there are little communities, but most of them seem to be like the super high end stuff that aren't particularly affordable for most people that would really be able to use it. And obviously, there's more of a I don't know about obviously, but there's a lot more planned communities and stuff like that that have general areas. But even those are like most of the neighborhoods that I see being built are maybe for two cars, and then you have narrow streets so it's not exactly designed for large gatherings of friends and family and stuff like that. It's there's all these pinch points, right? And I don't know. I mean, it sounds like I know in my head I'm coming up with excuses, but they're also the challenges that I experience and I see other people. You know, it's a hindrance. Not that it's insurmountable, but I think finding ways to be honest about that and address those real concerns about just being burned out with daily life, and be able to encourage each other and meet and talk and stuff like that. And sometimes I think it just means being willing to and finding those opportunities to be transparent, perhaps in ways that invites conversation. Like, yeah, I can relate to that, and then all of a sudden you have a conversation, and a lot of times that stuff will accelerate, especially when people are starving for it.
So I was painting. I've got some. I don't want to talk about this. One of the things that I think is pretty noticeable about certain communities that orient towards traditional things, the trad caths, the orthobros, what have you, right,
Mhm.
is a degree of idolatrousness, if that's a word, of like the homestead and the simple life and the like, oh, modernity, so much better. They have this idea about the better utopian thing that could
Yep.
be. And I fell prey to that, and there's a part of me that still does. But what's been working on my heart really heavily, was what God was working on my heart was using Jonah and the way that he was looking at Nineveh. And like here's all these redeemable pagans all along the way, and Jonah's like the holy one who's resentful off to the ground, right? Like it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And so I've got some friends who fall into this description, right? We're like, oh, I just wish I lived in a like intentional community of Orthodox people. Okay. And I know they've got some kind of like vision of some commune,
Yeah.
And I think that part of what we have to grapple with is that it's all God's creation, all of it.
Yep.
And that we are pounding swords into shovels, right? We're not even capable of pounding swords into shovels. We have to turn towards Christ, who will then work through us, right? We have to turn to this higher good that will work through us, that gives us the motivation to get rid of the anxiety right? And the prepper mentality to beat down that sword into a shovel,
Yeah.
right? And to baptize that metal into something that is in gratitude, gives thanks for creation,
Mm.
right? And so I was painting this picture for a friend of mine. I was like, imagine a comic strip, right? You know, in this comic strip, like the first pane is like you know, you're do the orthodox lens, map it however you want, right? So you're going to like liturgy, or you're saying the Jesus prayer. You're doing something to like empty yourself and let Christ in, right?
Mm.
To live as Christ, to die as gain, right? And just mortifying your flesh, turning away from passion, emptying out Christ, more Christ, less me, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you do a whole bunch of that, right? And now imagine that there's this, like, you know, this energy around you, right? The next pain over, you've already done the praying thing, you've already done the hesychasm or the liturgy, or, you know, you can Protestant map it however you like. Now you got this like energy around the character. Oh, you know, Christ is like going to work through this character on the next screen. They're now full of Christ, and they walk around, and everyone they talk to, right? Like it's like this beam of light comes out, and everything they touch, the light touches, right? And it's redeeming and baptizing everything around it, everything around that character, right? And that's something like going out to all the ethne and baptizing it, right? All the nations and baptizing it, and going, offer this back up to God. See the good. Let the good work through you to find redemption in it, and to burn away what's not good in it, right?
Yeah.
And that's what this is. That's what all this is however obedient every single one of us, you know, whatever degree of obedient we're willing to be, that power, that baptizing power, is going to be worked through us. And that's the fight.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're only called to witness and be obedient. I mean, as far as overall tasks, which is to witness. A lot of times people will obviously get a little formulaic about it, but ultimately, what is it? It's just telling what you have seen and experienced. You're telling your story, which I think is one of the great things that Paul PBK does, right? Getting people to tell their stories, and that is in itself a witness, whether it be overt or just implicit, because it's the stories will bear witness themselves, even if we don't recognize exactly what has happened or what the implications might be, because you're speaking a truth and experience out into the world. Well, I mean, you're speaking elements of of truth out into the world as far as how things have landed, or at least their perspective, right? And
well,
yeah, I think it's
not rehashing or retelling your story, which I think is a powerful thing, but there's a time and a place, right?
Sure.
I think that witnessing continues outside of that practice, right?
Sure.
And the more I look into the word that's being used for witness, the more I get a sense of something like
witness testimony. Well, I mean, they're usually used together, but
articulating truth.
Hmm.
Okay, so if what's being worked in you is like, well, what's true? Subjective reality. Okay, all right. Well,
yeah.
if you've oriented towards Christ, right, and you've got like this love for God, love for your neighbor, water and fire going, right? This all the maternal love, all the paternal love, right? And it's, I love my neighbor. I want to see us both lifted up and both oriented towards the highest of the high. Okay, if that's all going, then bearing witness, right, might also just be saying what you notice out loud.
Yeah, right.
Right? What do I notice out loud? Isn't that interesting that this is happening? Isn't it interesting that you said this thing while you were upset? Isn't that interesting?
Right, right, right.
That's also sort of like bearing witness.
Yeah.
Right. And what that does is it highlights an invisible reality. Right. And if that visible reality, or if that invisible reality is talked about, right, then you might be able to deliver some good news about that reality.
Hmm. 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 You might notice everything seems to be in quite quite a large amount of disarray. Well, let me tell you, it
Like,
can be redeemed. Yeah. Well, no, but that it's very, it's extremely prescient, especially when you have events like what just happened in Tennessee happen. Like, okay, well, that's awful,
yeah,
and also, death is dead.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, how do you justify that sort of stuff, or rectify it, or account for it? It's one of those things that, okay, yes, and that's why, I mean, it's a constant wrestling, right? You just trying to both articulate the pure horror of evil, but also the hope that there is something beyond that that level of of awfulness, and there's regeneration even if there's destruction. Um, and if there's not regeneration, then there's a complete, well,
Well,
ostensibly there's some sort of annihilation of what was evil to where it is rendered impotent at the very least.
there's a noticing of what can cause someone to do something like that.
Mm,
What kind of invisible things that we can't see, could be the cause to drive people to do these things,
mm,
right? And they try to tell us. Okay, you
yeah.
listen to the testimonies of these folks who commit really heinous crimes and like shoot up a school or a theater or whatever, and they're like, it's like something was just working through me. It's like it wasn't me, right? They're trying to tell us.
Sometimes. Yeah.
And and uh and that's what Paul's getting at, you know. That's where the works of the flesh really have got a hold of you.
Mm. I mean, I think there's an element of the things that are working through, but I, yeah, I think there's definitely an element of participation, hopelessness, and an urgency that is unwarranted in a better formulated perspective. Like, if I mean, and obviously, I don't know about obviously, but you hear about folks that think, well, if you only got one life to live, well, then you better whatever, you got to pack it all in, or you got to avenge everything now, because if people just get away with it when they die, there's all these things that, they seem innocent enough, and I was like, oh, cool, you just, you do you. But if you're ever backed into a corner or something like that, and you get to thinking, oh gosh, there's no way out, I got to do it all now, I got to avenge everything right now, and you don't think about, oh yeah, I also answer to God that owns all this and is more offended than I could ever be at the destruction of something that was perfect and beautiful, and here we are defiling it.
Well, there's been times in my life where I've had extreme contrasts of perspective,
Mm,
extreme contrasts, right?
sure.
And so the what am I supposed to do in this life? I was one person at one time and have been a completely other person.
Mm,
I'm the thing that notices both of them.
mm,
Okay. So when the Irish guy at the bar gets a little bit too drunk, right? And it's
mhm,
like he's lost control of himself,
sure.
right? And he's not in control of his actions. right? Then we watch something manifest that is not Brian, whatever.
Mhm.
Brian, if taken through some meditation, psychotherapy, or hopefully to a church, might start noticing when that temptation is coming in and those fire parts are on their way, right?
Right. Yep.
And so that's what we're bearing witness to. It's you think you have an idea of what you are, right? But you are really just the thing that notices. There is stuff that is working through us, and either it's Christ or it's not.
Yes. Well, and that's and that's one of those the yoke is easy, burden is light situations, right? Where you're you when you notice something that is serving as a master, that you are losing control of yourself. Like you're supposed. I mean, I think that's what it comes down to when you're talking about when we're talking about dying to self, to offer your body up as a living sacrifice. That is ultimately like, okay, no, if there's anything that is going to keep you from serving your true master, who should be the Lord, you need to get that under control and ask for help. Whatever, it's that whole cut off your eye or cut out your eye if it's causing you to sin sort of situation. Like, it's a serious thing where anything that seeks to keep you from doing what you know is right,
I think
that's something you got to jump up on it.
that's what's been so interesting about Peterson. I think is that from a secular perspective, he's pointing out, and I think Jung was trying to point this out too. It's like, whatever Christ is, or this second hypostasis of Yahweh, or whatever, however you want to map the logo, the highest form of logos, whatever words, whatever monkey noise mouth things that you want to throw at this. That's the only thing that's in control of the rest of it. Hard stop, right?
Yeah.
We're watching people. That's what we're do, right? Is we're watching people, how they behave, right? And we're noticing patterns. And what the patterns reveal is that no one has control over any of this stuff unless the king's on his throne.
Well, and yes, I would hedge that slightly just by saying that none of us have ultimate control. We have ways to nudge, to manipulate that which is before us to some extent, but we do not have the ultimate control / authority over all that, other than
I think
that which has been basically that which has been given to us. We have,
right. Well,
but
which is still not us, right? It's like,
well,
it's all his. It's all his, all of it, all the glory, all.
That's the parable of the vineyard. It's like it's been leased out.
Yeah,
we're leasing. We're not the owners.
Right. It's even like that perspective. Continuing to keep that perspective is the only thing that keeps the juice, right? The minute you're like, it's kind of me, or I have authority, it's like, do you?
Well, yes, but it's not my authority.
Right. And so there's that. And there was something else I was going to add, but I don't remember what. And it is late.
It's a little bit on the late side, but hey, it's been nice talking to you. I did send a private chat message, by the way, just to hone in there.
Yeah. Oh wow, we're real close. Here, I'm just gonna put my email in the private chat.
Okay.
Hey,
look at that.
Maybe we can get a lunch or something sometime.
Nice. All right.
No.
Oh no, Jacob, come back. We can't leave now.
Well, I thought you guys wanted to leave, so I came back.
Yeah, we got distracted.
Oh man. That again. Good
The
night.
cat has decided she needs to eat my what do you call this?
Cat strings.
Cat strings. So she's having fun playing with my cat strings.
Gentlemen, I think I am going to head to bed.
Yeah.
Good night.
I'm just sending an email. Oh, dear gracious.
I was just going to say, Jacob, thank you for hosting the space and your
Yes.
time and your attention, all those things. It's good to see you, sir.
Indeed. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Jacob's pretty cool most of the time.
Eric, good to see you too.
All right, later. But yeah. All right. Sorry, I was trying to get an email sent off further real quick, but
How dare you?
I know. I think I don't know if Hezi had seen. I sent my email the last time we had talked, and he asked for my email. I don't know if he saw that in the private chat or not, but oh well.
Well, Fezzi's on Discord.
Oh, he is. But which one though?
He's on my Discord, but I think he's also on the Bridges of Meaning Discord.
Okay. Cool. I'll have to look him up there. But yeah. Anyway, did you have anything else that you were thinking about? Did you catch any of that stuff we were going over?
It was all Christian shit.
Oy vey. I can't believe you'd say something like that. I mean, I can. I appreciate your honesty. I just thought we can be cool though, right?
I mean, there's a reason I left you guys talking. It was like, let him talk. You know, the Just Chatting stream is supposed to be like
just
chatting, people chatting. It's not the Jacob show.
Oh, right. I still haven't gotten onto the Randos United stuff for some reason.
Well, you should definitely subscribe to that channel.
I thought I was.
Well, there's two Randos United channels.
Wow.
There's the old channel and there's the new channel.
Okay.
We're streaming to the new channel, not to the old channel.
Okay.
And that's because YouTube, StreamYard stuff.
Okay. Well, I have rectified that problem. And the other stuff is more programmed content related to the main projects on hand?
What do you mean?
Oh, just in general Meaning Crisis stuff, or is it literally just similar stuff that what's happened tonight?
So Randos United, I mean, how much do you know about Moises Pacheco?
I've been following he's working on building it up and having like a 24/7 channel-ish thing.
Right.
With multiple hosts.
The part of the point of recruiting Mo and helping create an actual foundation, which apparently is going to be called the Joyful Mother of Children Foundation, is that it should be bigger than me and something that I could feel comfortable participating in, but that other people from this little corner, and hopefully as many people from this little corner as possible, will feel comfortable participating in. And there are going to be different projects. Michael Sartori's Tectonic School project seems, I think, to be a really great idea that this foundation would want to support. The channel, the Randos United channel, part of the thing with me not wanting it all to be on my channel was I want my channel to be my channel,
right?
But I want there to be a channel where people from this little corner, lots of people, can participate. And in order for that to be something bigger than me, I mean, honestly, it comes from the little discussion over Joey leaving Bridges of Meaning. And okay, so who owns Bridges of Meaning? And Paul Vanderklay refused to take responsibility for it. and I don't know any of the people who are running it from Adam, and it's like, okay, I was helping to build up something that I have no idea who controls. Like, how is that? So as far as helping build a new channel, I wanted there to be some sort of formal control structure that I could support. And that's what Mo is working to build up. But yeah, I mean, it takes time to get people to be. It takes time to build structures like that, and so hopefully, so have you heard about the Israel trip?
Yes, I heard rumblings about it. I'm not sure about details, but yeah.
February 24th, 2024 is a Saturday, and there's going to be, and one of the reasons for choosing February 24th, 2024 is if you want to fly to Israel, that's about the cheapest you can possibly find flights.
Yeah. Okay, I remember you mentioning that.
You should be able to get round trip tickets for about $1,000 a person. Yeah,
that's insane.
It's completely off-season trips to Israel when they have to be running 747s, and some of the people on those 747s are paying full price, and yeah, so so you should be able to get round trip tickets for $1,000 a person.
Wow.
The plan is there's going to be touring of the Jewish sites the week before and touring of the Christian sites the week after. And so if you only want to come for what we are calling the Shabbaton, and a Shabbaton is basically a Jewish weekend retreat, except it has a certain Shabbat parts to it, which hopefully you will not find too annoying. So Friday, Saturday, and maybe some of Sunday are going to be like some sort of conference. PVK is likely going to be there. Possibly Pajot is going to be there. Zevi Slavin from Seekers of Unity is going to be there. Maybe some other people will be there. Mo wants to invite some Christian rappers and Jewish religious. I mean, supposedly he's trying to get Nissim Black to come, which would be incredible.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, if people want, so the week before and the week after, I think we're probably going to leave it to people deciding if they want to tour or not. Like it, once we're a little bit closer to it, I think we're going to start taking like $100 deposits to see who's coming. But a lot of people have expressed interest. Sure. And I mean, if we get 50, 60 people, then like we're going to be getting tour buses and stuff and doing stuff. But the good thing about the date is it's completely off season. It is next year is a Jewish leap year, and a Jewish leap year has an extra month. And so this month has no major holidays in it at all. So it's really going to be, so the hotels are going to be empty. Everything's going to be empty. It's going to hopefully be pretty cheap to get whatever we want.
Gotcha.
So, but I mean, for people who have kids, that there is the slight thing of, it's going to be during the school year. But
Oh, right. Yeah.
yeah, February is not great. Although Richard said apparently it's during his spring break at
That's early.
Biola. Yeah, I know. Well, it is February 24th. So
Yeah. All I know is I go to work every day. Spring break is missed.
Richard says I'm weird though.
Yeah.
And it might change back.
Hmm.
So I don't know. I mean, if you're interested in coming,
Oh man, I'm very interested in a lot of things, but I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's for
It's a
some.
once in a life. Yeah.
Yeah, if you haven't been to Israel, I mean,
Don't get me
it's-
wrong, I would love to. I mean, that sounds like, yeah. If we can swing it, I would be quite intrigued. Quite intrigued.
the reason I chose February 24th was you're not going to get cheaper, really. I mean,
Right.
maybe
Do you
January.
think of that as the travel day or just the meeting day?
That is the Saturday that's going to be the So people can travel as early or as late as after it as they want. And frankly, like if you're flying from the United States to Israel, most of the tickets are going to be like a stop in Europe.
Mhm.
And like I'm guessing at least some people are going to want to actually stop in Europe. And like flights from Israel to Europe are really cheap. Like $100.
Yeah. Well, I imagine because a lot of times they're like commuting because, yeah, space limitations and whatnot.
Garth says sounds like a once in a lifetime trip, and Garth and his fiance might just be getting married on the trip. I'm joking. I've been ribbing Garth about asking his girlfriend to marry him.
Right. Wait, aren't they? I thought they were engaged already for some reason.
That's because I've been ribbing him. They're not actually engaged.
Forget me getting married, dude. Gosh.
Seriously, Garth?
Like, what else are you going to be doing with your life?
Seriously, Garth? Weren't you married already?
You know what I hate more than anything else? People that aren't married yet. Just the worst.
Especially me, yes. I never imagined I would be 45 years old, unmarried with no kids.
I never imagined.
That was never. Yeah.
I never imagined I'd make it past 30, but here I is.
Married with a kid.
Yeah,
2
allegedly.
Yeah.
I mean, that's that.
How many kids do you have?
I mean, are we counting me? I'm gonna guess no. That's just one.
Just one.
Yeah, it's all I can handle. In good faith. I mean, well, I say that. It's the other factors too, but yeah, no, the marriage crisis is for real.
It is.
Yeah. No, I mean, in this day and age, honestly, I think it's probably a good thing to. Well, let's put it this way: it'd be nice if there were more, but the upside to our current situation is that I can invest all my time and energy into teaching my child in the way that is righteous and saturate this child.
Well, I'm glad to know that you're a very righteous person who knows precisely how to.
I didn't say I was. I said I could help train. Point her in the right direction, hopefully. Key distinction. Actually, that is a good question. And I can't remember if you already answered this, so stop me. And I need to go to bed, so I'm not going to be unrighteous in my lack of discipline. But what is y'all's what is your position on righteousness and the possession thereof?
What do you mean?
Like, what amount of righteousness do you possess?
The righteous man falls 7 times and gets back up.
So is the righteousness yours if you do that?
I mean, righteousness. Look, ultimately we say Amech kulam tzadikim lo'olam yirshu haaretz. Your people are all righteous. They will forever inherit the land.
Hmm.
Does that mean that the righteousness is ours? Hashem hanoten lecha koach la'asot chayil. God is the one who gives you the capacity to do good. And you have to recognize that. And I mean, ultimately, this is how Tanya starts, right? Mashbin oto tzadik v'al tihi rasha. Before a person's soul descends to his body, they make him swear, you will be a righteous person and you will not be a wicked person. Va'afilu kol ha'olam omrim lecha she'ata tzadik tihyeh beinecha kerasha. And even if all of the world tells you that you are a righteous man, be in your own eyes as a wicked person. And then the rest of the book is an explanation of what that means.
Interesting. Which book was that?
This is the fundamental, foundational book of Chabad Hasidic philosophy.
Okay.
The Rebbe was the 7th Lubavitcher Rebbe. He was the 7th Chabad Rebbe. The founder wrote that book, Tanya, which I just quoted the beginning of.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I was just curious. I mean, it's a kind of a dicey question sometimes, and the particulars tend to get.
My answer is before your soul is brought down to earth, you are made to swear that you will be a righteous person and not an evil person. And even if the entire world tells you you are a righteous person, you should be in your eyes like an evildoer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, pride does come from before the fall, so.
Mashpil geim adei aretz. Funny enough, that's something from the Jewish liturgy that is only found in the Christian Bible, not in the Jewish Bible.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That's weird.
No, it's not, because Jesus was quoted a lot of things. It's funny. Now that I have studied more of the Christian Bible, so when there are debates between rabbis and Christians, usually because the rabbi doesn't know much of the Christian Bible, he ends up not being able to answer the Christian from his own Bible in ways that would absolutely destroy him. And because there's a lot of stuff that, even for myself, like, I wouldn't quote to Christians because they come from the Talmud or they come from the liturgy, and they're not in the Bible. And I would be like, okay, so Christians don't believe this. It's not in the Hebrew Bible. And then I find them in the Christian Bible, and I'm like,
There's in fairness, there's a lot of books in that thing, so.
I mean, it's like, hey, if you guys want to argue with me, here, argue with your own Bible. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, so that, I mean, I have got to stop going down rabbit holes, but yeah, that's one of the things I thought I remember you saying that I found pretty interesting was that, well, just that Isaiah wasn't part of your main canon.
The 5 books of Moses is the Bible as far as Judaism is concerned. The Pharisees were strange in including other books in the Bible because we believe that they are, in fact, books that explain the 5 books of Moses. But the 5 books of Moses is really the main Jewish canon. Yes.
Gotcha. Well, yeehaw. I mean, not exactly yeehaw. That's probably an inappropriate response, but yeah. I appreciate the yeah, you sharing and reminding me, because Lord knows there's a lot of there's a lot of stuff out there, and it's easy to have a lot of stuff pass through and then fall out, and then you forget the connections and then the importance, or the ordering and stuff like that. And anyway,
So
I appreciate you.
Charlie said a very funny thing, which I really appreciate. He said, Jacob doesn't say the loud part. He only says the quiet part.
Interesting.
Yeah, somebody said, Jacob, you're not supposed to say the quiet part out loud. And Charlie said, Jacob only says the quiet part. He doesn't say the loud part.
Well, I mean, otherwise it'd just be a waste of energy and redundant, I guess. So yeah.
That's what I think. Like the loud part, everybody knows. It's the quiet
It's
part.
loud.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I really should go to bed, but I keep on wanting to pick your brain, because I feel like I have, maybe I've already asked this, and you can let me know if I have. But what I was going to ask was, well, you were talking about, yeah, no, we already covered it. I think there's just been so many topics that it's glossed over. I was going to ask you about the whole dealing with people in a responsible way, like the basically maintaining the tension of acting righteously, but also, dusting your shoes off or dusting your shoulder off with folks that will not listen or have chosen a path of destruction within the Jewish frame, or
I mean, honestly, it's within the human frame. I don't think Christianity and Judaism have truly different answers about that. You care about people, but you have to have faith in God, and you have to have some respect for their autonomy. And this is especially true for your kids. This is the hardest thing. Like, your kid decides to go and do something is wrong, and you can try really, really hard to stop them, or you can have respect for your kid's autonomy and be like, I disagree with you, this isn't what I would do, but I respect you enough as an adult to be like, okay, this is what you can and will do.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, obviously you can provoke somebody to do the exact opposite if you're leaning too hard in a particular direction. So
yeah, don't get me started on that.
Yeah, it's a very human quality and very annoying, and also everybody does it, I'm pretty sure.
I have several times cut off my nose to spite my face. Hello, Teo. Yeah, two of the biggest mistakes I made in my life was I was offered a full-time job I should have taken when I was in college and dropped out because I was like, I need to finish my bachelor's degree. And then I didn't drop out. And then later I did drop out when I should have finished. But things happen.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Good times. Great oldies. I feel like I should do a little yeehaw to Teo's cowboy hat. Well, I mean, Teo had a really cool little cowboy hat emoji in there, so.
Teo is a very talented guy.
Was he one of the ones that y'all met in London?
I haven't met him, but he's come on. He's come on a few times. He is, in fact, living in London, but he is from Nigeria originally, I believe.
Rock on.
Yeah.
I've bumped into a few friends that have come from there. I got to go to one. Oh, and my mic is gone.
Your mic is still there.
Oh, at least one of them. Yeah. Anyway, I guess I'm down to one earbud. But yeah, what was I gonna say? We got to go to a full blown Nigerian graduation ceremony once, and like with full traditional garb and all that, and it was awesome. It was real fun.
Wow. Yeah,
Yeah.
Tayo's parents very much want him to actually use the degree he got, and he doesn't.
Same thing with my friend that yeah, she wound up being a lawyer and moonlighting in photography, and I think the lawyer she's holding on to mainly because her parents want her to do it.
Nigerian parents are tiger parents. They really
Oh,
are.
for sure. I mean, high
There's
performance.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Nigerians, yeah. We
no
know how
doubt.
to party in Nigeria, he says.
Oh my goodness.
Okay,
Yeah.
you should be going to bed.
Yes, sir.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Shadow, come here. Come here. Come. What is it with youth getting degrees they don't want? Uh, we listened to a big part of it was me listening to my college counselors and listening to what the university said. And I literally said this. I said the banks would not lend me this amount of money unless they were sure they would get paid back. I literally said that. And it was like I was too stupid to realize that the student loan guarantees were. I did not realize how stupid our government was. That they guaranteed student loans when they definitely should not have. Tonight I got out of my rut and it feels great. Is that a song or did you actually get out of a rut? Well, I am glad to hear that. It's amazing to me when she extends her claws, how much they extend. I did not realize that cats had retractable claws that extended like this. Like when she decides claws out, like it's really claws out. Which reminds me, I'm supposed to get her spayed. I'm supposed to get you spayed. My new license came in the mail. I did not get my full goatee in the picture. Honestly, it part of it is immigrant culture, but part of it is um, immigrant culture. But really, I mean, I think every culture, maybe not. So if you haven't read Black Rednecks and White Liberals, um, Thomas Sowell makes an argument that Celtic culture is really lazy, and that the supposed culture of African Americans in the United States is really just redneck culture of the South, which comes from the Celts, and it's it's certainly an interesting argument. Hey, Sandy. We discussed a lot of stuff. You might want to rewind and listen. I'm just hanging around in case somebody wants to come on and talk. I figure if I sit here quietly, the people who are reluctant to come on will feel more confident to come on. Good night. Yes, I sleep a lot. Andrew, I was about to go to bed. I can't hear you.
Oh,
Now I can hear you.
I've got nothing to say, so if you want to go to bed, go for it.
But you jumped on.
Yeah.
Why'd you jump on?
Even just like being with other people is not a bad thing.
Aha. Okay. I'm going to bed. You're going to bed.
Okay.
Good
Have a
night.
good night.